And what we want to welcome all the race fans and everyone on YouTube who are watching right now, and welcome you here to the New Egypt Speedway tonight for the Win and You're In All-Star Cup qualifier, as the modified and crate winners tonight will lock into the All-Star Cup feature event in 2 weeks. The street stock and 4 cylinders winner will lock into Saturday's features in 2 weeks for the All-Star Cup redraw. So those 4 divisions in action tonight, along with the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series 305 sprint cars, and they have their best car count of the year here. 23 of the 305 sprint cars are signed into the pit area. In once again, we had a little technical difficulty. That was just a minor problem that we fixed quickly, and we want to apologize for that. And we welcome you back into the live broadcast here on YouTube for the Win and You're In All-Star Cup qualifiers, sponsored by Elite Welder Training and Testing. Tonight it's the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Of course, the modifieds headlining tonight. Both of them will lock into the All-Star Cup features next week. And the street stocks and 4 cylinders both here. The street stocks, of course, sponsored by Extreme Diesel Performance. And both of them will lock into Saturday's features next week, or for the redraw for the features next week. Those winners in those divisions as well. And, of course, the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series, the 305 sprint cars, wing sprint cars are here. And they have 23 cars signed into the pit area, and it should be an exciting night of racing for the Mass 305 sprint cars as well. So 5 divisions on tap here tonight. Folks, if you want to join the fun for All-Star Cup weekend, which is in 2 weeks from last night, actually, it's Friday and Saturday, 2 weekends from now, you can sponsor one of the 50 laps of the modified feature and have a chance to win money. Lap sponsors are $100, with $50 going to the leader of the lap and $50 going to the jackpot. And the winner of the All-Star Cup will draw a number from 1 to 50 in victory lane. And if the driver pulls the lap that you sponsored, you win the jackpot, which is 50% of all the lap money. If all 50 laps are sponsored, that jackpot will be half of the $5,000, which would be $2,500. If all 50 laps fill up in time, laps will be sold a second time, which will increase both the lap sponsor for prize money for the driver and the jackpot, so it could be higher. For more information to sponsor a lap or pay for one that you already claimed, head to the Speedway office now.
Guys, all cars, all divisions to the backstretch staging area for hot laps. First car hits the racetrack, you've got 10 minutes to be on it. If you're not on it in 10 minutes, you don't get hot laps.
Folks, all the okay, let me start over. All of the caution flags here throughout the night are sponsored by the Roost Restaurant, located at the Cream Ridge Golf Course, just minutes from the Speedway, up the road north of the Speedway. So be sure and stop there. You can go there after the races are over and show your wristband, and you will get your first domestic beer for free with your wristband after the races. You can check out more about them on Facebook or on their website at theroostrestaurant.com.
I've got cars on the racetrack. The clock is on. You need to be on the racetrack in 10 minutes. Cars are on the racetrack. All cars, you need to be out on the racetrack right now.
Cars making their way on the Speedway right now for the Hot Lap session. You can see Chris Garback's out there in the purple and yellow number 7. Patrick Forrest is in the 18 street stock. The Mall Boys, number 4 and number 6 in the 4 cylinders. Paul Mancini's in the 7M. There's Mikey Butler in the 04. heading to the infield scales. There's Steve Davis in the Backyard Barbecue. I'm Starving, Premio and Bubba Burger Car. Davey Salmons is in the 79. Mike Toth is in the 89. There's Joseph Brown in the 5J. Mr. Van Wickle's out there in the 41. Brandon Grasso is in the 29. And Justin Grasso is in the number 6 in the Stangl automobile. So I want to welcome the Grassos back. Danny Buck is in the 6. Will Protenix in the 3. A lot of cars here for our open competition. Win and you're in tonight. Dominic Buffalino is the driver of the modified number 126, and tonight David Schilling is stepping behind the wheel of the R10, the Rio brothers. There's Mikey Butler in the 04, the short load ready mix concrete. Matt Ellery's in the 29. That number 30 out there is Joe Gary Jr. His dad, our 4-cylinder points champion. Kyle Hurley's out there in the 23. Bobby Drayton is in the X09. You can see him staging in the turn 4 infield area in the 4-cylinder division. And his son, Bobby Drayton IV, is in the 409. Looks like Spiderman's back with us tonight in the street stock division. And as Pete mentioned, not out there, but you will see them shortly. A great field, a full field of 305 sprint cars, the Mid-Atlantic 305s. And they are running the Bitner Memorial special 305 race. A lot of contingencies, a lot of extra money on the line for the 305 division. That will be a 25-lap feature, the Fred Bitner Memorial. That'll be coming up after intermission. And during intermission, we're going to have a fun way to set the modified lineup. We're going to have a game of musical chairs right down here out front, and that'll determine your starters for the open competition modified feature tonight. Also, extra money on the line in the modifieds. First group of sportsmen now hitting the Speedway for their hot lap session. Looks like we'll be splitting the sportsmen up into 2 hot lap sessions. There's Steve Puglisi in the 43. By the way, folks, if you're watching at home on YouTube, drop us a line in the comments. Let us know where you're watching the free live stream from, and we'll try to give you a shout out throughout the evening. Green flag comes out on the first session of Sportsman Hot Laps.
Yellow coming out, turn number 4. Glenn McIntyre goes into the fence. Glenn McIntyre hitting the fence lightly. Looked like it was going to be worse, but he just taps the fence over there in turn number 4, and we'll see if he can get that fixed or if they can push him away. He didn't hit real hard, so unless something is broke, I think he could probably restart.
Oh, we've got some people checking in on our comment section on the YouTube screen. Want to welcome Billy Post watching from North Carolina. Bones from New York checking in. East Tennessee on hand with us. Ed saying hi from Tampa, Florida. We've got Richard Nash saying hi from Syracuse, New York. Of course, Shawnee's watching from Binghamton. Yeah, he's going to have a busy night getting all the modified results updated. Travis saying hi from Clayton, Delaware. Another Tampa, Florida viewer checking in, Jeff Jansen. Green comes back out. Sportsman turning some quick laps in the first of 2 hot lap sessions. White flag comes out. And the checker flag and the yellow flag will bring to a conclusion hot lap session number 1 for the Sportsman. One more group of Sportsman Modifieds making their way onto the racetrack for the hot lap session. Matt Ellery's out there in the 29. Nick Van Wickle's in the 41. Mike Toth is in the 89. There's David Malosar in the 32. Just to name a couple of the drivers out here, and they will get their vehicles wound up in just a little bit for the second Sportsman Hot Lap session going green right now. Sportsmen making their way off the Speedway now as their hot lap sessions have been completed. And we'll see which division moves next. Just got our lineups for the 305 sprint car heat races. Looks like 23 sprint cars in attendance, and here they come. Speaking of the Mid-Atlantic sprint cars, Pete has the lineups, and he can tell you more about the drivers, the stars and cars of the Mid-Atlantic 305s as they run tonight's program in honor of the memory of Fred Bitner.
All right, folks, first hot lap session for the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series, the 305 wing sprint cars. And the first car to push off out of Newfield, New Jersey, that is the number 70 of Eddie Wagner. Wagner, a feature winner here in his career. Keith Anderson is in the 7C heading down into turn number 1. Keith's back with us here for the first time in a while. Eddie Wagner, one career win, came back in 2022 here. On the backstretch, the hot hand here the last couple of years, and he is the defending champ and I believe the point leader right now. That is the number 35 of Buddy Schweibens. As we go green. All right, cars heading back to the pace. Andy Mahan was in that 7A. The 56 was Andrew Turpin. Mr. Twister, Mark Bitner, was out there in the 15. DJ Tanner in the 19T. Tim Tanner, TNT, in the number 18. First of what will probably be 3 sessions based on the amount of cars that were out there as the four-wheelers all race down the ramp after the sprint cars there. Folks, 50-50 tickets are on sale around the grounds for $1 each. The 50-50 girls are selling them. We have 2 sprint car drivers that are competing tonight from Mass for this, and I believe it's Eddie Wagner in the 70 and the 32 at Dale Eggert are going to be the 2 drivers. But if you want to buy 50-50 tickets, you can do it at home. If you're watching on YouTube, don't think you're out of the 50-50 drawings. You can buy your tickets on the phone. We have 2 phone numbers, and we take Venmo, PayPal, or credit cards over the phone. They are $1 a piece. And the numbers are on the screen right now, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. You can call either one of those numbers and enter our 50-50. We've had some really good jackpots. Most of them been over $1,000 this year. All right, first car pushing away. He was one of the top 5 in points the last couple of years with the Mass 305 sprint cars. And the Frank Shocks number 16, that is Jeff Paulson. Keith Anderson staying out here. Second generation driver Kenny Lorino is in the number 36, heading down into turn number 1. Mike Shea is in the number 92 over in turn number 2. Aiden Borden, another second-generation driver in the number 7. He has a win in his career here. In the 56 on the French stretch, that's Cody West in that red number 56. Over in turn number 2, Jonathan Swift in the number 99 invading here tonight. Troy Betts from Newark, Delaware is in the number 22. He was a winner here last year. And the 26A Kerr Rainey in the 26A, only his second time out. Both times were here. He was here the last time we raced. They are drag racer moving into the oval track for the first time. This is the first oval track experience that Kurt has had. And young Kurt getting some more experience here tonight as the sprint cars head back to their pit area. All right, one more hot lap session for them, and John Brenflick from Ewing is the first car up on the track in the 4B. Keith Anderson staying out. Keith Anderson's first time out in quite a while, so trying to make sure he's got the car set up the way he wants and getting some seat time. Former Sportsman competitor here, Jason Dunn in the 21J, the McBride Fireplace number 21J. Driving the 83 tonight is a Central Pennsylvania 410 driver, but from New Jersey. He has been out there for quite a while. That is veteran Rick Lafferty in the number 83 tonight. Driving this 305 sprint car. Jared Kreider, winner here, and his first ever career win came here last month. He's in the Hagenbottom Racing WDB Construction Belmont's Garage number 24. Ryan Stillwagon in the Fred's Trailer Parts Center number 11 coming down the front straightaway. There's Dale Eggert in the Lee's Emergency Equipment 32. And downtown Davy Brown in the DCB's Racing Zyla's Landscaping number 44. Dave Brown Jr., a 5-time winner here at New Egypt Speedway in his career.
Four cylinders making their way onto the racing surface right now, of course, in the number 97S. That's Robbie Steinmetz. Dale Mull is in the number 6. His son Logan Mull is in the number 4. There's Kyle Hurley in the 23. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, is in turn 2 in the 409. Dad is in the X09. Penny Dunn is in that Lions number 51. Joe Gary Jr. is in the number 30, that throwback 1990s Mark Martin scheme. His dad's the point champion. Dad's not here, but Joe is here tonight. All right, that'll do it for the four-cylinder hot laps. Coming up next, street stock hot laps. Got a little bit of a short field of street stocks here this evening, but they'll put on a good show. We've got Chris Allen Sr. is here tonight in the 98. Patrick Force is in the 18. Darren Cox in the 92. There's Spider-Man, the original Spider-Man, and the number 9, Spider Enzinger out of Manchester. And Chris Lane back with us from Howell in the number 88.
All right, modifieds on the Speedway. On the front straightaway here, our newly crowned champion. It was his 7th championship, which is a record here at the New Egypt Speedway. And he was the winner at Georgetown Speedway last night in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, number 26. That is the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown. Right behind him in the Ace Materials, number 6. That is Justin Grosso. Justin Grosso in the number 6. Going down here off of turn number 4, the Amwell Auto Body number 29. That is Brandon Grosso, the Bell Mead Bullet. Brandon finished 4th at Georgetown last night. Paul Mancini in the 7M. Steve Davis is in the 13. Joe Brown is in the 5J. The 2D is Will Dupree. The 7 is Chris Garback. The thrilling David Schilling out of New York is in the Rio Brothers R10 tonight. Right behind him, first appearance of the year in the 4B. That's the Cray 4B. That is Clay Butler. Jack Butler right behind him in the number 5. First of 2 hot lap sessions. So Tom Princiata here tonight in the Brandon Solarski Racing number 32, coming off of turn number 4, right in front of him with a flag on the back of the car. That is George Garish Jr. And the number 92 Junior. The 27 is Frank Venezzi out of Fairfield over in turn number 1. And if you go over to turn 2, the white number 27 with some yellow on it, that is TVD Tanner Van Doren here. On the front straightaway, the Big Spring Car Wash number 126. That is Dominic Buffalino. DJ Hunt in the 24. The 79 is Davey Salmons. And the Dominator, Danny Buck here. Buck finished 3rd last night at Georgetown in the CNS equipment number 6. Paul Mancini. Now, this is his new car that they just got. I saw it on Facebook. And this is their Super Dirt Week car they're taking to Oswego. They just got this car this week, and they had it running in the garage. If you go to Paul Mancini's Facebook page, or actually I think it's his dad, Robert Mancini's Facebook page, you can see it. But this is the first time out, I believe, on the track with this car, and I'm going to get some hot laps with it here tonight. Ryan Godown has his second car out. Now, I'm not sure if this, I believe this is his big block car, but I'm not sure about Ryan's. This is his actual end of the year show car. All right, folks, the Kids Club bus is loading. They are going through the pits right after hot laps. It is ready. All the kids can go on up there and get into the bus. I know of one that's coming down, so if you're there, hold the bus. All kids I see a lot of kids running now, so they're heading to the bus. One bus ride tonight for the Kids Club.
Well, folks, we're about 15 minutes away from post time here, so you got some time to walk around the Speedway grounds, get something to eat. If you're watching from home, be sure to hit that like and subscribe button on YouTube. Tell us where you're watching from in the world, and we'll try to give you a shout out during a break. Also, don't forget you can order your 50/50 tickets by calling one of the two phone numbers that you will see punched up on the screen on the upper left-hand corner. And we'll get underway with opening ceremonies in just a couple of minutes here. Again, about 15 minutes before post time here this evening.
So, folks, if you're watching on YouTube at home, we want to welcome you in. We are getting closer to opening ceremonies. The track crew putting some water down for the start of the night and packing that down. 5 divisions on tap. We had some good hot laps here a little while ago. If you're just tuning in, 4 of our regular divisions and the Mass 305 sprint cars are here. And the Mass 305 sprint cars with 23 cars here tonight. A full field for them. Modifieds and the crates will have 2 heats each, and we are going to have a very interesting redraw. I will just whet your appetite for it, and we'll tell you about it when it happens. But at intermission, we are going to have a redraw for the first 5 finishers in each of the 2 modified heats, and it is not going to be like your normal redraw. If you think redraws are boring, well, this one's going to be different. You do not want to miss it. I'm going to tell you that now. So if you're watching on YouTube, just plan to hang out. When we do that, it'll probably be right at the start of intermission, which is after the street stock feature. We will have Jeeps on the track. Tonight is Jeep night, rescheduled from a few weeks back when Mother Nature took over and we didn't have our Jeep night. So we have a bunch of Jeeps here tonight, and they're going to get a parade on the track, and they will line up. If you own a Jeep, we are going to line you up at the start of the street stock feature, and you will be on the track right after the street stock feature, which is just before intermission. So we will run all of our heat races, the 4-cylinder feature, and then the street stock feature. And at the end of the 4-cylinder feature, if you're a Jeep owner, you should head to your Jeep at that point. And right after the Jeeps are done, we will move into our intermission period, and we should be at our modified redraw at that point. So just something you really want to not miss. But, of course, if you're watching on YouTube, you can always go back to it because we post this up during the week, and you can always, if you miss certain parts, you can always go back and see it. Or if for some reason you can't be on at all one Saturday, you can go back to our content page. We have a lot of content from during the week and highlights, but you can also go back and watch the entire broadcast. And we ask you, if you have not done so, to sign into your YouTube page and subscribe. It really does help us keep doing this for free for everyone. And it's a very great opportunity with our YouTube, and I know a lot of people have enjoyed it. A lot of people watching it from all over, really all over the world. We've had people watching. And if you'd like to buy some apparel, go to our website, www.newegyptspeedway.net, and you can go to the apparel page, and you can buy apparel right on the internet. And we also, all of our track apparel is made by Bob Hilbert Sportswear, and I believe you can get it through his website as well. I know you can get a lot of different things from Bob Hilbert. Bob Hilbert does a great job with many, many tracks and throughout racing, so check out his website and see what he has available there as well. Tonight, sponsored by Elite Training and Testing. If you're looking for a career path to follow, to make a living, and it is a lucrative living because welders are becoming less and less available out in the world nowadays. Elite Welder Training and Testing can help you find your footing. Welding can be an exciting career path, and Elite Welder Training and Testing will get you started on the right foot. You can check them out on the web at weldertrainingsouthjersey.com. That is www.weldertrainingsouthjersey.com, or call them at 856-508-4619. We want to thank them for boosting both our purse and the redraw boost tonight. We also want to thank for our redraw, and you'll see why, but Tri-County Party Rentals. Tri-County Party Rentals helping us out with chairs for tonight's redraw. That ought to get you interested. So, folks, we will be back with you if you're watching on YouTube in a few moments. We are about 5 minutes. We are doing track prep, but we are in the closing minutes of the track prep here, so we should be ready to go momentarily. A little bit more water there as some on the inside of turn one. They're running the water trucks are no longer have not been putting water down. They put some down, and now they're just working it in and running over it. And we got the tractor with all the tires on it over there in turn number 3. And we should have everything worked in here in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. So stay close to your TV if you're waiting right after the opening ceremonies. Once we get that going, we will move into our heat races. The 4 cylinders will have 1 heat. The street stocks will have 1 heat. The Mass 305 sprint cars have 3 heats. This is the order, by the way. Then we'll do the Crate Sportsman, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. They'll have 2 heats, and then the Modifieds will have 2 heats. And then we will have the 4-cylinder feature. We'll line the Jeeps up while we run the street stock feature and then the Jeep parade. And that will bring us to intermission. And then we will have the Sportsman first tonight, the Mass 305 sprint cars, and then the Modifieds. Modifieds, Sportsman, street stocks, 4 cylinders, all the winner of the 4 features tonight, one in each division, the winner will get a guaranteed spot into the All-Star Cup shootout in 2 weeks. For the 4 cylinders, it is for Saturday's race. It's Saturday for all 4 divisions. 4 cylinders are actually racing both nights in 2 weeks. So it's not for Friday. It is for Saturday, this guaranteed spot, locking them into the All-Star Cup redraw.
Want to wish a long-time New Egypt fan, Top Row John, happy birthday up there. Happy birthday, Top Row John. I see you. I missed you coming in. I got here late. But I always know when your birthday is. It's a week after mine, so happy birthday. Happy birthday to Madison, one of our photographers down there in turns 3 and 4. Happy birthday, Madison. Yeah, we're talking about you, Maddie. All right, so some of the heavy equipment now working their way off the backstretch. It is post time at New Egypt Speedway, so in just a moment, we're going to ask everybody to please rise, and if you can, take off your headgear as we'll get this beautiful Saturday night card of racing underway. All right, thank you very much, folks, for coming out tonight. A lot of us have had a rough week, and I don't have to say why, but we're here, and we're here to have fun, so this is our happy place at New Egypt Speedway, and we're going to have a great time tonight. We're going to forget about the world events, and we're going to have fun. We're going to go racing tonight, and we've got a big All-Star Cup weekend coming up in 2 weeks here. It's going to be spectacular, folks, so in days like this, it's great to have our own Reverend Dan here, and I want to turn the microphone over now to Reverend Dan to say a couple words about the week and how we can all heal and get through the pain that many of us are feeling this week. Reverend Dan, take it away.
Thank you, Jim. This is an unprecedented week in all of our lives, and we had the reminder of 9/11 this week. I see our flag is half-staff, representing that. It's been a difficult week for me. I was there the first day, and I spent 9 months at Ground Zero. 5 of my friends that work with me are in heaven, and many others are struggling. I often wondered when we look at the flag, maybe if the flag should be upside down, because you know what that means is distress. And we need God. We need our Lord and Savior, as we're hearing from many leaders in our country, support us and walk us through. Tell somebody you love them before the day ends. And let's pray for new days and good days to come in the future. Thank you, Lord, for this opportunity. Every Saturday night during the summer, we come here for a good time. We come here because we come away from the bad times. And this is where we have fun. This is where we meet friends, fellowship with those that we've known for the many, many years. So we ask you tonight, Lord, as we always do, for a great race and for a safe race. We pray in Christ's name, amen. Shalom. Stand, we're going to do the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? God bless America. Amen.
Amen, Reverend Dan. Thank you for being here for all these years. Folks, it is race time at New Egypt Speedway. If you have never been here before, just a couple of rules to follow throughout the evening. Number one, when we say your favorite driver's name, you have to make a lot of noise. Yell, scream. You'll hear the fans. They'll show you how to do it. But that way the people sitting next to you know who to cheer for. Rule number two, there's no smoking in the grandstands. The smoking section is over by the bathrooms to the left away from the picnic area. And rule number three, when you come back in 2 weeks for the All-Star Cup, bring a first-time race fan with you. Without your support, we would not be here. This is fun. This is entertaining. Take pictures, take videos, tag us all over social media. Now with the lineup for the first event of the evening, let's go upstairs to the voice of the New Egypt Speedway, Pistol Pete Wortman. Pete, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Jim. And first up will be our 4 cylinders and street stocks. I know Jim will make his way back up. Take your time, Jim. No cars on the track yet. I know from announcing all these years, if you run up here, you end up out of breath, and it takes a while. All right, folks, we're going to put the 50-50 phone number back up on the screen here for those of you at home on YouTube. So all you have to do is call one of these two numbers, and you can get in on tonight's 50-50 drawing. And you'll see the numbers on your screen right now. And we take Venmo, PayPal, and all major credit cards. It is $1 a piece, just like you're at the track. You can sit in the comfort of your car, your easy chair in front of your TV, and you can play tonight's 50-50. And we do have two drivers competing for the 50-50 tonight. They are Mass 305 sprint car drivers, I believe, and I believe it's Dale Eggert and Eddie Wagner. An exciting night of racing coming at you. We'll have one heat for each of these two divisions. And Jim will have the play-by-play call, and he has the lineups here and the four cylinders coming out. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Jim Murdoch. Jim?
Well, thank you very much, Pete Wortman. Just one lonesome heat for the 8 four-cylinders that have signed in the back pits tonight. And this is the way they'll go to the green flag. Starting on the pole, driving his son's Mark Martin-inspired paint-schemed number 30. That's Joe Gary Sr., your four-cylinder point champion, stepping behind the wheel of his son's number 30. On his outside, she's out here on the track in the lines. Construction number 51, that's Penny Dunn from Hamilton. Inside of row number 2, starting in third position out of Chatsworth, that's car number 6 of Dale Mull. On Dale's outside in the 97S from Hamilton, that's Robbie Steinmetz. Robbie Steinmetz in the 97. Kyle Hurley will start 5th in the number 23. And on Kyle's outside is Bob Drayton III. That's the elder of the two Draytons here this evening in the X09. Starting in 7th, that's Bobby Drayton IV in the 409. And rounding out the field, back with us again this week, the son of Dale Mull in the number 4, it's Logan Mull. So a couple of father and son pairings in the four cylinders this evening. In fact, half the four cylinders are father and sons, and the other half, oh, I don't think we have any more of the Dunn family.
So you're missing that.
So Joe, and we're missing Joe Gary Jr. Track looking extra tacky, extra fast tonight. The air, low humidity, cool temperatures. It's cooling off. No sunshine. It appears maybe a little bit on the tri-oval in the backstretch, but most of our action is going to be done in the shade or the shadows this evening. And with not a lot of heat races, the track is probably going to maintain the moisture levels a little bit more than what we're used to, especially they just put quite a bit of water down just before the post time this evening. So looking forward to an action-packed night. We've got some loaded heat races really in the modified and the Sportsman division, some supersized heat races out there, trying to kind of cut back the number of small heats. So we just decided to run 2 big heats for the Sportsman and the modifieds, which you'll see in a little bit. And that would certainly make a lot of the racing writing critics like Guy Smith smile when you combine and you get more action, more bang for your buck. There's Joe Gary Sr. in the number 30 and Robbie Steinmetz in the 97. They'll make their way over to the front stretch and get in their proper starting positions, and we'll get underway with the first green flag here of the night momentarily. This is how we do it. 5 redraw. This will be a draw because our points are over, so this is all an open competition event. But some of the finishes do have some potential coming up in a couple of weeks for our All-Star Cup weekend, and Pete can tell you more about that in the modifieds and Sportsman. But the 4-cylinder winner tonight will lock into the All-Star Cup redraw on Saturday, as well as the street stock feature winner will also lock into a redraw spot for the street stock portion of the event. All right, cars are going to take one pace lap and just make sure all that moisture's run in, and we should turn them loose in just about a little over a lap or so away. This 4-cylinder heat race will have a contested distance of 6 laps as the white flag flies. If you've never been here before, the white flag on the pace lap means you're going to go green the next time by. When we get a break or a yellow flag, we will take a little trip around the Speedway via our security cameras if we get a break for the home audience to show you exactly what the New Egypt Speedway looks like. The viewers really enjoyed that when we've done that a couple of previous times. It gives a whole new perspective to just how uniquely shaped the New Egypt Speedway is. Here we go. The pace truck dips into the infield. First event of the evening. Again, all cars will qualify. Top 5 will go in the redraw. 6 laps the distance. Joe Gary, Penny Dunn will lead him down to the green. Joe Gary Sr. in the number 30 jumps to the early lead, but here comes Dale Mull in the number 6. A little bit slow out there through turns 1 and 2, trying to get that moisture run in. Here comes Kyle Hurley making it 3 wide. On the inside, through the tri-oval into the short chute into turn 3. Joe Gary, your leader, but here comes Kyle Hurley closing in behind. Penny Dunn and Dale Mull going side by side, fender to fender through turns 1 and 2. Penny Dunn finding some speed on the top side. She's going to drive around Dale Mull. That battle is for third as the battle for the lead heats up. Here comes Hurley in the 23. Kyle Hurley looks to the outside as that battle for the lead intensifies. Still side by side for third. Penny Dunn looking strong in the 51 on the outside of Dale Mull. Dale Mull now getting a burst of speed. Getting back around Penny Dunn as one car sideways, and there goes Robbie Steinmetz in the 97. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, got a little bit out of shape, and Steinmetz kind of panicked and hit the brakes real hard. That car just jumped around on him. He did not hit anything. He did a good job from keeping his car away from the nearly spinning Bobby Drayton. Yeah, watching a replay at home, and yeah, you could see Bobby Drayton, the 4th, get a little bit sideways, and Robbie Steinmetz hard on the brakes to avoid hitting him, which he did, but he kind of sacrificed his position on the racetrack, getting a little bit sideways and coming to a stop. 3 laps in, 3 to go. Joe Gary, Kyle Hurley, Dale Mull, Penny Dunn, and the Drayton boys. Green is out. Kyle Hurley now to the inside. He's going to try a crossover move on Joe Gary Sr. Nothing there. Our last 2 years points champions going at it for the lead. Joe Gary Sr. on the inside. He's our champion for 2025. And of course, Kyle Hurley with that impressive run in 2024, duking it out for the top position here with just 1 lap to go this time by. The white flag comes out. All eyes are on that battle for the lead. Kyle Hurley to the inside, drag, racing down to the line as a white flag waves. Kyle Hurley to the inside, Gary on the outside. Who's going to make it through 1 and 2? Joe Gary, a lot of speed in his son's number 30. Able to hold off Kyle Hurley. Let's see what happens. Final 2 turns. Coming out of turn 4, Hurley's going to make a run for it on the inside. But Gary's momentum on that outside groove carries him over to the checker flag first. Kyle Hurley's second. Dale Mull is third. Penny Dunn's fourth. And then we had the Draytons, Steinmetz, and Logan Mull. So a good effort by the 4-cylinder drivers for the first event of the evening. Up next, one lonesome heat for the street stocks, and we'll give you the lineup. Kind of a short field of street stocks here tonight. We have 5 cars. And this is the way they'll go to the green flag on the pole out of Old Bridge and the number 98, the original Old Bridge Outlaw. That's Chris Allen Sr. On his outside out of Little Lake Harbor Township in the 18, Pat Force. Darren Cox will start third. He's from Howell in the number 92. On his outside, the Spiderman's back, Spider Enzinger out of Manchester in that green and yellow number 9. Rounding out the 5-car field in car number 88 from Howell, that's Chris Lane. Also a feature winner this year. Top 3 redraw in this 6-lap event. Green comes out. Chris Allen Sr. and Pat Force leading the street stocks to the green. Down the backstretch for the first time, Pat Force in that number 18 grabbing the top spot. Chris Allen Sr. runs second. Chris Lane is third. Spiderman, and then Darren Cox. Little smoke out of Spiderman's automobile. You can see that from the tail section of the car. Don't know what that smoke is, but we'll keep an eye on it. Doesn't seem to be slowing him down, but there is certainly some visible smoke once again as he was entering turn number 1 out of Spider Enzinger's number 9. Meanwhile, back up front, it's all Pat Force. This time by 3 laps in, 3 to go for Pat Force. Two laps to go, 2 to go for Pat Force. He's got about a 5-car length lead over Chris Allen. The track really coming in nicely. You can see the speeds visibly increasing throughout this 6-lap heat. As the moisture gets run in, the white flag comes out. Pat Force. One more trip around the oval for Pat Force. Allen's right there. Chris Lane, Spiderman still smoking, and Darren Cox. Out of turn 4, he can see the checker flag waving. The winner of the street stock heat race, Patrick Force. So that'll do it for the full fender divisions for qualifying this evening. They'll come back in just a little bit for their feature events. And now we turn over to the modified Sportsman and the sprint cars. We'll give the microphone back over to Pistol Pete.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. First up will be the sprint cars. They'll be pushed up onto the track. We'll have 3 heats for the sprint cars. Top 4 in each of those heats will go to the redraw for the first 12 starting spots in tonight's feature event. Folks, a couple of big events to remember coming up in 2 weeks is the All-Star Cup Shootout, Friday night and Saturday night. So coming up 2 weeks from this weekend, Friday, September 26th, we'll start at 5:30 and is a loaded weekend. On Friday night, All-Star Cup night number 1. That is Friday, September 26th. It'll be Oliver Communications Group modified match races that night. The modifieds will run 15-lap qualifiers to qualify for Saturday night's All-Star Cup shootout. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman will run a non-winners race. They will also have time practice on Friday night with the top 2 fastest times locking into the redraw for Saturday. The 4 cylinders will run a complete show. The Street XDP Street Stocks will run a complete show. They are only here on Friday, so that's what tonight's win and you're in race is for. The 4 cylinder tonight, the lot will lock you into Saturday for that weekend, not Friday. The vintage cars will also be here on Friday. So it is a packed night, and then it will be a post-race party on Friday night, which will be headlined by a $500 to win mechanical bull contest for men and women. Saturday, September 27th, 2 weeks from tonight, is night number 2 for the All-Star Cup. Modifieds 50 laps, $6,000 to win, plus their consies from the qualifiers to qualify the last couple of cars into the back of the 50-lap All-Star Cup shootout. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman will have 30 laps, $1,500 to win. And they will have all their qualifying and everything on Saturday. Only 2 cars lock in Friday from the time practice. And the 4 cylinders will have a complete show capped off with a 25-lap, $500 to win feature event on Saturday. So 3 divisions on Saturday. And just a reminder, Friday, October 10th, the World of Outlaw Sprint Cars, the greatest show on dirt, will be here at the New Egypt Speedway for the first time in 10 years. Tickets are available on the World of Outlaws website. Just go to their website. You can buy tickets through their website. They will be joined, a secondary division that night will be the USAC East Coast 360 wingless sprint cars. So you can get your tickets at worldofoutlaws.com. All right, first of 3 heats for the Mass 305 sprint cars, Ryan Stillwagon will line up on the pole. He's in the number 11. Lining up alongside him in the Zyla's Landscaping, The Zyla's Landscaping DCB's racing number 44 is Dave Brown. DJ Tanner is in the 19T. He'll start in the 3rd position. DJ, a winner here in his career, and lining up alongside of him in the Lee's Emergency Equipment number 32 is Dale Eggert. Kenny Lorino is in the number 36. He'll start in the 5th position. Alongside of him, Mr. Twister himself, Mark Bitner, in the Bitner Automotive number 15. Buddy Schweibens, the winningest driver in this division here at this Speedway in the last several years, will start 7th in the 35, and Mike Shea is in the 92, and we are green. And we're underway with the 305 sprint cars. It's Ryan Stillwagon jumping on top of Dave Brown as they move down the back. DJ Tanner and then Eggert. Kenny Larino in the 5th spot. Remember, top 4 go to the redraw as they come off of 4 and down the front. Kenny Larino looking underneath Eggert. Schweibens around Bitner already and working on Kenny Larino out of turn number 2. Schweibens now a nose next to Larino. He'll go side by side with him and he'll take 5th in turn 4, working on Eggert down the front. Schweibens is the fastest car right now as he works on Eggert, trying to take 4th and get into the redraw. Working through 3 and 4 and back down the front for Ryan Stillwagon. Cars all equally apart, just about 2 or 3 car lengths between each car right now as they chase after each other. Schweibens is taking over 4th and is running down DJ Tanner. Buddy Schweibens is just super fast every time he's on the track here. I mean, he's like that everywhere, but he is especially likes New Egypt Speedway. He is dialed in once again. At the front, Stillwagon trying to hold off Dave Brown. Dave Brown, another driver who is always fast here at New Egypt Speedway. Off at turn 2 and down the back. Stillwagon and Brown 1 and 2. DJ Tanner still holding on the 3rd. These are 4 drivers who are no stranger to victory lane here at New Egypt. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. And the top 4 have pulled away from the rest of the field. Mark Bitner back in the 7th spot, struggling a little bit. He is 2nd on our all-time 305 win list with 9 career wins. Stillwagon holding on. He was able to recover. Brown was all over him. He's pulled back away and put a little tiny bit of breathing room here. Last turn, Ryan Stillwagon backs it off of 4, and he'll take the win here in heat number 1.
Patrick Force, come up to the pit shack for your redraw. Patrick Force, to the pit shack for your redraw.
Jared Kreider will be out here in the next heat race. He was the winner the last time we raced back on August 2nd with the 305 sprint cars. DJ Tanner was the winner on July 5th. And Buddy Schweibens back on May 10th. Here are the 3 races we have run so far here. This is how they're going to line up in heat number 2, starting on the pole in the number 70. That is Eddie Wagner. Wagner out of Newfield, New Jersey, and lining up alongside of him in the Frank Shock's number 16 is Jeff Paulson. 3rd starting position. The winner the last time the 305s were on New Egypt Speedway's clay here. That is Jared Kreider in the Hagenbottom Racing number 24. Kreider will start 3rd. You see him coming down the front straightaway here in the WDB Landscaping. Belmont's Garage number 24. And lining up alongside of him, a 410 star out in central Pennsylvania, Rick Lafferty, and the number 83 now running with the 305s in this car tonight. He will start outside row number 2, 4th starting spot for Lafferty. Aiden Borden from Jackson is in the PDS number 7. He'll start in the 5th position. Then it's John Brenfleck out of Ewing in the 4B. the last row, Kurt Rainey in the 26A. He was here the last time we raced. He is just starting his oval track career. He came out of drag racing. He's in that number 26A. And Andy Mahan is in the 7A. He will start last on the field. 8 cars, once again, top 4 go to the redraw. It'll be up to Eddie Wagner. Wagner, a winner here in 2022 and always up top. As the green is in the air, and we're underway here in heat number 2. Working through 1 and 2, Wagner out to the early lead. Paulson, then Kreider and Lafferty as they move down the back. Brenfleck getting by Aiden Borden and looking under Lafferty in turn number 3. Working off at turn 4, Beck down the front. Eddie Wagner opening up about 5 car lengths on Paulson. Paulson and Kreider right together there, 1 and 2 as they move down the back. That win by Kreider the last time they were here back the beginning of August was Kreider's first career win in the 305. Anywhere, not just here in New Egypt. Lafferty solidly in 4th now as he starts to close in on Kreider. Aiden Borden by Brenfleck. Brenfleck got ahead of him there on the first lap. Now Aiden Borden has gotten back by him and is running Lafferty down as they head into turn number 1. Brenfleck is 6th. 3 laps complete. This will be halfway. 4 down already. 4 down and 4 to go. These cars turning fast laps here. Fastest lap so far, Eddie Wagner, 15.843. Eddie Wagner in the 15-second bracket here as he continues to lead off the corner and down the front. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Down the back into turn 3, it is all Eddie Wagner. Wagner clicking laps consistently under 16 seconds. He is the only one. Here's the white flag for Eddie Wagner. Paulson, Kreider, and then Lafferty, and Aiden Borden is just a couple of car lengths behind Lafferty. That is the one redraw spot up for grabs. Here's the checkered flag down the front for Eddie Wagner. Well, this track is very fast right now. Eddie Wagner, every lap of that race, he was the only car out there. He ran under 16 seconds every lap. His best time was 8:15.843. And Wagner wired here so far tonight as he takes the win in heat number 2 for the Mass 305 sprint cars. Heat number 3 set to come out here, and this is how they'll line up. The 56T of Andrew Turpin will start on the pole here in heat number 3. And we'll have a pair of 56s on the front. We'll call Turpin the 56T. I don't know if there's a T on the car, but I believe it's the white one. The red number 56, which is the Fred's Trailer Parts number 56, is Cody West. Cody West, and they're the first 2 cars up on the track. Cody West in the red number 56 will start outside the front row. 3rd starting spot in the number 99 is Jonathan Swift. And lining up alongside of Swift on the outside of that 2nd row in the number 18 is Tim Tanner Jr. TNT, Tim Tanner Jr., the Tanner Dairy Store number 18. So Jonathan Swift out of Mount Gretna, Pennsylvania, starting in the 3rd spot in the 99. Then Tim Tanner Jr. in the number 18, starting 4th. Fifth starting spot in the B&G Auto Body. Betts Garage number 22 is Troy Betts. Betts out of Newark, Delaware. And lining up alongside of him in the McBride Fireplace number 21J, that is Jason Dunn. Jason Dunn, a former Sportsman driver here back numerous years ago here at New Egypt Speedway. And starting scratch on the field, first time back in quite a while, and took advantage of all 3 hot lap sessions. In the number 7C is Keith Anderson. Keith Anderson in the 7C. White flag coming out. We'll go green next time by. Andrew Turpin in the white 56. The red 56 is Cody West. All right, here they come off of turn 4 racing. And the Mass 305 sprint cars are underway as the 256s wheel to wheel. Cody West just edging ahead as they go down the back. Tim Tanner Jr. racing by a couple of cars and into the third spot now as Turpin again goes under Cody West. They're side by side into turn number 1. Good battle between these 56s for the lead here as Tanner reels them in. Jonathan Swift back there in the 88 trying to hang on to 4th, but he's got Troy Betts, who was a winner here last year, working on him as they come down the front. Betts also a winner on the tour 3 times this year, including the last 2 races they have run. All 3 of those wins came at Bridgeport. He is running 5th right now, trying to get into the top 4. Cody West leading the way. Tanner is taken second from Turpin. Turpin back in third, then Swift with Betts has not been able to get by Swift. Swift, a Central Pennsylvania Sportsman driver. Moving into the 305 sprint cars. Not sure how long he's been in one, but boy, he sure looks good out there. Betts still on him again, but unable to solve the puzzle to get by him as they come back down the front. 3 laps to go. Cody West by about a third of a straightaway. Maybe a little less than that as he brings it off at turn number 4. West looking strong here in the early going. 2 laps to go. Tanner, Turpin, and Swift, the top 4. Right on Swift's back bumper is the 22 of Troy Betts. Jason Dunn is 6th. White flag is out for Cody West in the 56. Two turns to go. Checkered flag is out. It's going to be all Cody West. Betts will make one more run at Jonathan Swift, but Swift is pulled away from him for the last redraw spot. Fastest lap of that race was the winner, Cody West, at 16:251. So Eddie Wagner was hauling the mail there in heat number 2. The winner is the 56 of Cody West. Second was the 18 of Tim Tanner Jr. Finishing third, the 56T of Andrew Turpin. And finishing 4th with a real nice job, what I believe is his first time here, is the 99 of Jonathan Swift. That completes qualifying 3 heat races for the All-State Auto Glass heat races for the DCB Mass Sprint Cars. All right, first of 2 of the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman heat races. We have 21 cars signed in. Top 6 will redraw for the first 12 starting spots. All cars will qualify. This is how they will line up. Starting on the pole from South Plain Field in the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill, number 29, that is Matt Ellery. And lining up alongside of Ellery in the 3WP is Will Protinick. Third starting spot, the Flemington Department Store, number 27 of Hunter Plosky. Plosky, our co-rookie champion this year, and lining up alongside of him, a feature winner this year, driving the number 14, the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14 out of Piles Grove, New Jersey. That is Ethan Bill. Steve Puglisi out of Beechwood is in the number 43. He will line up in the 5th position. And starting alongside of him, out of Neptune, New Jersey, he was our rookie champion a couple of years ago. Puglisi was last year. Ryan Marr was 2 years ago. It's Ryan Marr in the 51 out of Neptune. He'll start 6th. 7th starting spot in the 45 junior is Ricky Wegner. Ricky Wegner Jr. in the 45 junior. And lining up alongside of him in the 715, that is Mark Beam. Mark Beam in the 715. Looks like he is elected to drop back to the rear. So Joe Toth up alongside of Wegner there on row 4 in the 89. Nick Van Wickle is in the 41. Then it's Mark Beam in the 715, and John Norsha in the 81 elects to go to the rear. So all 11 cars are out there. Top 6 to the redraw, green flag in hand, and we're racing. And into 1 and 2, it is Ellery, followed by Protinick in the 3. Ethan Bill working the outside and gets around Hunter Plosky. Bill the 3rd and looking under Protinick now down the front. Ricky Wegner on the move. Wegner up into the top 5 now, and then Van Wickle from the last row into 6th. Mike Toth 7th, then Puglisi and Ryan Marr both have dropped back. Back down the front, Ellery is your early leader, over Ethan Bill in the 14. 2 laps in the books as they work back down the back. Protinick, Hunter Plosky, Ricky Wegner on the move. Wegner now under Plosky looking for more. He's looking for 4th down the front. Wegner will sit it down on the bottom. Nice slider on Hunter Plosky. Wegner to 4th. Nick Van Wickle in the last redraw spot right now. He sits in the 6th position as we are halfway already. 4 down and 4 to go, and the track fast for them too. Fastest lap, Matt Ellery. He is 18 seconds flat. Actually, he has a 17.999. And Ethan Bill a lap of 17.953. So they are under 18 seconds here with the great Sportsman in Heat 1. Two laps to go for Ellery, and it is Ethan Bill closing in slowly on Ellery. He may run out of time, but he is closing in. Both of them running, actually everybody in the top 7, all running way up against the fence. Hunter Plosky has dropped back to the 6th position, and he's in danger of losing the redraw. Mike Toth trying to get into it, but his final lap, Toth underneath Plosky. Plosky holds him off. That's the battle for the last redraw spot. Checkered flag is out for Matt Ellery as he just barely holds off. Ethan Bill. So your winner is Matt Ellery, and the 29. Second was the 14 of Ethan Bill. Third, the 3WP of Will Protinick. finishing fourth, the 45 junior of Ricky Wegner. Fifth was the 41 of Nick Van Wickle, and your sixth and final car into the redraw tonight, the 27 of Hunter Pulaski. So one heat in the books and one to go. We'll take 6 more to the redraw out of this event. And this is how they are scheduled to line up. Sean Cook is in the 9X, and he will start on the pole. Sean out of Wrightstown. He's in the Christensen Recycling number 9X. And starting alongside of him in the G&T Erectors number 32C, that is David Malozar. Third starting spot, one of our rookie graduates back with us tonight. In the number 3, that is Chris Bergstrom. And lining up alongside of Bergstrom, doing double duty tonight in both the modifieds and the sportsman. You can do that 3 times a year. He's driving the Shockwave Racing Technologies number 4U. That is George Garris Jr. George Garris Jr. in the 4U. That is a former Rick Holston car. Dylan Morris was shaking it down a couple weeks ago. George Garris, you see his name on the car. He will be doing double duty tonight with the crates, and he has his modified here as well. Fifth starting position in the number 88 is scheduled to be Glenn McIntyre. He hit the fence in hot laps, and I do not see him on the track. Mike Butler looks to be starting fifth in the 04. That's a short load ready mixed concrete 04. Butler finished tied for third in points at the season end with Matt Ellery. Alongside of Butler in the 53 will be Duncan Molesworth starting in the 6th position. It looks like Garris stalled out here and he's trying to get it fired. Now he's got it fired. Seventh starting position will be John Scarpati Jr. in the S2. Then it'll be Ryan Heim in the number 18. Starting in the 8th position and starting scratch on the field in the Elegant Exteriors number 20. Finished second in points this year. That is, and he is our champion last year in 2024. That is Ryan Simmons. Simmons last night at Georgetown had the Belmont's garage car, but it broke after the heat race and he was unable to run in the feature. So 9 of the 10 cars make the call. Glenn McIntyre, the only scratch from both heats. Top 6 to the redraw for the first 12 starting spots in tonight's feature event. All right, here they come. In the 1 and 2. Oh, look out. Sean Cook getting sideways on the last car. Ryan Simmons did not able to get by him and caught him there. They were all packed together, and when he got sideways, I thought somebody would get him, and nobody did. Almost. The whole field almost missed him. It's very difficult to see ahead of you there when they were all packed together on the first lap. And we'll watch a replay here. See Simmons right in the middle groove, and he goes right to the bottom before it happens. And as the field pulls up around him, he's left sitting there, and he's going to back up. He is moving, so hopefully he can restart. Kind of caught him in the back of the bumper in the left rear quarter panel. Not a lot of damage either. It looked harder on the replay and in live action than it looks. We'll see what the back bumper looks like, but he is testing the handling of it and looks like he's going to come around and rejoin. So Simmons pulled away right away and doesn't really have too much front end damage. Oh, and there's the damage there. Well, he has right rear damage, but that's not the side of the car he got hit on. So maybe that was there at the start and I missed it. I've watched the replay. I know it was the left side he got hit in, and So anyway, everybody looks okay, and here comes the green out, and we're back to racing here. Heat number 2 for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. It's David Malozar. Chris Bergstrom, nice job there. He has not been here every week in his rookie season, and he is battling with Mike Butler side by side. Now 3 wide with Garris as they come down the front. Working down. And we have a yellow out. We have a car spun in turn 2, and that is Duncan Molesworth in the 53. It just looked like Molesworth spun over there. Molesworth tangling with Chris Bergstrom, and the 3 Bergstrom able to keep on going. So Malozar and Mike Butler, the top 2. George Garris is 3rd. Looks like the 3 belongs up in 4th. Remember, we revert back to where they were at the completion of the previous completed lap, which was lap number 1. Bergstrom now gets back up into 4th. So it looks like Bergstrom kind of he was down near the bottom there, and something happened. I don't know if he got hit from behind, or he got in the brakes too hard, or he hit the inside guard, but the car turned right, came up across the track, and hit Molesworth, and Molesworth spun. All right, green coming out on the field as Malozar brings them back. Mike Butler on the outside, Garris 3rd, off of turn 2 and down the back. Ryan Heim and Ryan Simmons coming up from the rear of the field. They are now 4th and 5th. Butler side by side with Malozar. Malozar's got to run in the middle groove, and Malozar will lead lap 2. So Malozar's led both laps so far. Mike Butler hot on his tail here as they come off of turn 2. Then it's Garris, Heim, and Simmons, and those 5 are pulling away. Scarpati now takes over 6th. So Scarpati trying to get into the redraw as Bergstrom drops back to 7th. Molesworth trying to squeeze by Bergstrom. Mike Butler all right alongside of Malozar once again. Malozar continuing to hold him off. Top 5 all right together now. Butler is draped all over Malozar like a cheap suit. They complete lap number 5, 3 laps to go. Butler right on him. And it's Garris, Heim, and Simmons. Scarpati all by himself now in the 6th position as he's pulled away from now Molesworth, who got by Bergstrom. 2 laps to go, 2 to go on the field. And we've got 2 battles going on. Butler again to the outside of Malozar, and Heim underneath Garris. 2 side-by-side battles. Heim hugging the inside guardrail. Here's the white flag for David Malozar, who's led every lap, and it has not been easy with Mike Butler. Butler gets another run through the top of 1 and 2. Half a lap to go, down into 3. Butler to the outside. And he is going to try to go around as Malozar holds his line off the corner, and he is going to win it. Malozar leads all 8 laps to take the win here in heat number 2. So your winner is the 32C of David Malozar. Second, the 04 of Mike Butler. Third was the 18 of Ryan Heim. Fourth, the 4U of George Garris Jr., 5th the 20 of Ryan Simmons, and 6th was the S2 of John Scarpati. So they are the additional 6 cars. That completes qualifying for the Swagger Factory Pal Crate Sportsman. Folks, if you are home, or, well, if you're here, you can get your 50-50 tickets. They're being sold around the grounds, $1 a piece. If you're home, they are also $1 a piece. All you have to do is call those numbers, one of those numbers on your screen. Either one will work. Just call them up. You can use Venmo, PayPal, any credit card, and call up and get your 50-50 tickets. You can play from home and be in the running when we draw it in after intermission in victory lane of one of our feature events. All right, modified heats are next. And this is the way they are going to line up. Starting on the pole, remember everything drawn out of a hat because we are past the points now. No more handicapping. These are the draw shows, and drawing the pole here in heat number 1. He drives the 4B. That is Clay Butler. Clay Butler out of Milford, former Sportsman champion here at New Egypt Speedway, and he will start on the pole in his number 4B. Lining up alongside of him, our 2020 champion, second in points this year. He led for points for quite a while in the CNS equipment. Craig and Leslie Pondish own number 6, the Dominator, Danny Buck. Third starting position from Somerset in the Spooky Brook Landscape 2D is Will Dupree, and alongside of him in the Stangle number 6, that is Justin Grasso. Steve Davis is in the Premio Sausage 13. Jack Butler's in the 5. Dominic Buffalino's in the Big Spring Car Wash 126. DJ Hunt is in the 24 as we go green. And the 5J is Joseph Brown. The field all packed together and very fast down the back through the tri-oval. Danny Buck grabbing the early lead over Clay Butler. Butler back with us here on the outside, but it's Justin Grasso going underneath him and taking over the second position. Nine cars, top 5 to the redraw. Buck leading the way over Justin Grasso off of 4 and down the front. Clay Butler third. Will Dupree has moved into the 4th spot. Then it's Jack Butler in 5th as they go down the back. Only 5 to the redraw. And it's all Danny Buck cruising out in front in the number 6. Then it is the yellow number 6. That is Justin Grasso in that second position. The battle is for the next position as Clay Butler holds on to 3rd. He's got Will Dupree and Jack Butler on his back bumper, and here comes Buffalino. Buffalino is 6th, only 5 to the redraw. 5 laps complete, 3 to go. Jack Butler trying to get under Dupree. He'll slide it under him in turn number 1. Buffalino and DJ Hunt and Steve Davis and Joseph Brown, they are all right there. Danny Buck way out in front, half a straightaway over Justin Grasso. Top 5 remain the same. Buffalino and Hunter 6th and 7th. Got to be in the top 5 to get in the redraw. White flag is out. The top 2 have checked out. They are more than a straightaway ahead of the field. Will Dupree holding off Jack Butler. Butler about pulled even with him again there. No lane by, and now DJ Hunt and Dominic Buffalino, and they're rubbing back there for 6th. Here's the checkered flag down the front. So it's Danny Buck in for the win. Laps in the low 17-second bracket for the modifieds here in heat number 1. Your 5 cars to the redraw. Danny Buck is a winner in the number 6. Second was the yellow number 6 of Justin Grasso. Third, the 4B of Clay Butler. Fourth was the 2D of Will Dupree. And fifth, the 5 of Jack Butler. They are into a very unique redraw that will be happening right down in front at intermission. You do not want to miss this. I'm going to tell you now. It is a completely different take. I don't know it's been done anywhere. All right, heat number 2 coming out, and this is how they will line up for this event. Starting on the pole in the Amwell Auto Body, number 29 is the Belmead Bullet, Brandon Grasso. Grasso from Montgomery now. Used to be from Belmead, how he got his nickname. Grasso, a former champion here. And lining up alongside of him in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, number 26 is Ryan Godown. Davey Salmons in the 79 will start in the 3rd position. And lining up outside row number 2 in the Prime Design Landscape, number 27T, that is Tanner Van Doren. Tanner Van Doren in the 27 is scheduled to start 4th. We had several cars drop to the rear, so it's a little confusion here on the lineup. They'll get told on the radio. And the 27 of Van Doren carrying our in-car camera, and you are watching it now live on YouTube. If you have the YouTube app, you can watch it on your phone, by the way, if you're here. And there's also a TV behind us in the picnic area, but right now we have the in-car camera on Tanner Van Doren. David Schilling, the thrilling David Schilling, is in the R10. Paul Mancini is in the 7M. Tom Princiata is in the 32. The 7 of Chris Garback elected to go to the rear, as did the 27 of Frank Venezia. Van Doren is on the front row, by the way. And the 92 junior of George Garris also elected to go to the rear, and we are green. And we are underway with Brandon Grasso getting a great start. He will lead him down the back for the first time. Tanner Van Doren in that 2nd spot with Go Down right on him here as they come off a 4 and down the front. David Schilling in the R10 into 4th. Here comes Mancini into the 5th. Only 5 into the redraw. Davey Salmon side by side with Mancini. Go Down now in the bottom of Tanner Van Doren. They go side by side. You see on YouTube in the small box on the bottom left of your screen, that is riding along with Tanner Van Doren in the 27. It is Brandon Grasso leading the way into turn number 3. Then Ryan Go Down and Tanner Van Doren. David Schilling has closed in on Van Doren. Schilling is fast in the R10. David Schilling out of East Greenbush, New York, working in that 4th spot. Paul Mancini coming up into the 5th position. He's on the bubble right now for the redraw. Then it's Salmons and Princiata halfway already. 4 down and 4 to go. Through 1 and 2 and down the back, it is Ryan Go Down slowly closing in on the 29 of Brandon Grasso. Van Doren 3rd. They've pulled away from Schilling again. Schilling's got Mancini on his back bumper. Davey Salmon's closing back in on Mancini. Only 5 to the redraw. 2 laps to go down the front. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Been all Brandon Grasso, but he's got Ryan Go Down in tow here as the white flag waves. one more time around in tonight's Win and You're In All-Star Cup qualifier. Everybody trying to get in a redraw to be on those first 10 starting spots. Here's the checkered flag out on the field, and it's going to be Brandon Grasso. So Brandon Grasso is your winner in the number 29. Second was Ryan Godown in the 26. Third, the 27T of Tanner Van Doren. Fourth was the R10 of David Schilling. And the 7M of Paul Mancini is your fifth and final qualifier. And I'll whet your appetite some more. This redraw is not going to be where they draw numbers. I'll just tell you what it's going to be. When we bring them out at intermission, those 10 drivers for the modifieds are going to play musical chairs here on the front straightaway. And each time somebody's eliminated, they start at that spot. So we'll have 10 drivers and 9 chairs. The first one eliminated starts 10th, and we go down like that. The last two to the left will be on the front row, and they'll compete for who's on the pole and who's on the outside pole. All right, folks, and if you're watching at home, this is something new. We have a booth camera here, so we want to welcome you to the New Egypt Speedway once again. And this is our booth up here, myself with Pistol Pete Wortman, with Big Jim Murdoch here from Big Jim's Videos. And Jim's going to be calling the action here for the 4-cylinder. So, Jim, good night of racing so far, and we got the big All-Star Cup shootout coming out. And tonight is the qualifiers for those events where somebody can just lock themselves in. Going to be a lot of talent here that weekend, so it's kind of important to get in that extra spot tonight, and that's going to a competition that's here tonight. It's going to go after that.
Well, absolutely, Pete. I love these fall shows here at New Egypt Speedway. When you're out here in the qualifying and the features without that hot sunshine, you can see the speeds really responding to the track prep tonight. We've had sprint cars in the 15 seconds. The modifieds are in the low 17s. The crates are in the low 18s. Those are modified type speeds out here. So really, really exciting. If you can get to New Egypt Speedway in the fall and you want to see some great racing, this is just a preview to what's coming up in just 2 weeks. Friday and Saturday night, All-Star Cup. You want to be here because these are the great conditions you're watching on YouTube. Imagine to be here in person. Pete, not a speck of dust I see out there tonight.
No, this track is very fast and smooth tonight. This is a excellently prepared track. Hats off to the track crew people. And if you're looking to come here, we got 2 big shows coming up. We have the 2-night All-Star Cup extravaganza coming up here. Friday night, September 26th. Saturday night, September 27th. Friday night's going to have modified match races, modified 15-lap qualifiers, timed hot laps for the Sportsman where 2 cars can lock into the redraw, a non-winners race for the Sportsman, street stocks, vintage cars, 4-cylinders. The next night on Saturday will be our 3 big races for the 4-cylinders, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, and the modifieds. And also, go on worldofoutlaws.com if you want tickets. Tickets are going fast. Friday night, October 10th, the World of Outlaws sprint cars are here. The support division is the USAC 360 wingless sprint cars. It's going to be a great, great night in the fall here on October 10th. All right, Jim, I'll turn it over to you. The 4-cylinders are on the track, and we'll get back to our action on the Speedway.
Not many opportunities to see USAC and World of Outlaws in the same night at the same venue. I saw it at Paris Auto Speedway about 7 years ago, and it was spectacular. So that's a must-watch on the calendar. Hey, we've got 4-cylinder racing coming at you right now. The 15-lap features on the track, and this is the way they're going to go to the green flag. By the way, fan of the night, Christian Johnson, he will go in the pace truck for the 4-cylinder.
No.
The street stock feature. So congratulations to Christian Johnson, the fan of the night from the Kids Club. He'll be waving out the pace truck during the street stock feature. All right, here's your lineup. 15 laps of distance. On the pole in car number 30, Joe Gary Sr. On his outside, Dale Mull in the number 6. This is your wave lap, folks. First wave of the night. Let's show the viewers on YouTube how we do it. Start that wave in the pit grandstands. Keep it going all the way down the front stretch into turns number 1 and 2. Finishing up the lineup here as you're waving at them, they're waving back at you. Kyle Hurley's out there in the number 23. On his outside, the 51P of Penny Dunn. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, will start 5th in the 409 with Dad on his outside in the X09. Robbie Steinmetz will start 7th in the 97S. He's out of Hamilton. And Logan Mull in the number 4 will start 8th. He's from Chatsworth. 8 cars on the track. 8 cars on the lineup, 15 laps. The distance, the first feature of the evening, the double green flags are about to be waved to signify this 4-cylinder feature is under green. Joe Gary Sr. in the number 30 being challenged by Dale Mull in the number 6 on the outside, but don't look now, Kyle Hurley making it a 3-car battle for the number 1 spot. Joe Gary leading Mull to the extreme outside groove, and they are now going to go fender to fender into turn number 1 for the lead. Kyle Hurley down low, Joe Gary Sr. up top. Behind them, a 3-car battle for 3rd. Still wheel to wheel, fender to fender for that number 1 spot. Great battle up front. Kyle Hurley down low, Joe Gary up high. Battling all over the racetrack, but everyone's got their eyes on that number 1 battle. Now, Joe Gary Sr. inches ahead through the tri-oval back into 3. Behind your leaders, there is a great 4-car battle now going on as the leaders continue to duke it out. Penny Dunn is leading that second pack of cars. She's going to try to make up some ground on Joe Gary Sr. and Kyle Hurley, but it looks like they are beginning to pull away. Dale Mull again sideways in that number 6. He's trying to reel in Penny Dunn for that 3rd position. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, and his dad are right behind Dale Mull. Good battling all over the track. Up front, Joe Gary Sr.'s kind of inching his way. We got trouble in turn 4. Mull, he's sideways. He lost it. He saved it. He lost it and he saved it. Good piece of driving for Dale Mull, who slalomed his way out of turn 4. We're going to look back up front, check back in on the leaders, and yeah, Joe Gary Sr. is not getting away from Kyle Hurley. Kyle Hurley wants this one. Remember, there are perks if you win the features tonight, and that'll have big implications for the All-Star Cup weekend coming up in 2 weeks. You will get a redraw position if you win the feature in the 4 cylinders and the street stocks. Joe Gary cannot shake Kyle Hurley, and now Kyle's going to nose his way on the inside. Once again, they're going to go side by side into turn 3. Halfway this time by, and it's been a dogfight up front. Kyle Hurley trying to go to the extreme inside. Joe Gary with that speed on the outside once again carries him through, but this is where Hurley seems to kind of make up some ground on the exit of turn 2. Not that time. Still less than a car length separating your leaders. Slow car in front of them, Logan Mull, as the leaders there to come up on Logan side by side. Lap car right in front of your 2 leaders. We'll see what groove Logan takes. They split Logan Mull, look at that. Neither one of them using Logan as a pick. They just said, we're going to split them. And here comes Kyle Hurley back down low. Good heads-up driving by all three cars. Logan for maintaining his lane, and the 2 leaders for splitting them. Joe Gary Sr. now has about a 2.5 car length lead out of turn 4. As the yellow flag comes out, yellow flag caution on the speedway for Bob. One of the Draytons up there in turn 2. That's Bob Drayton, the third, the elder of the 2. And his car coming to a stop. But folks, did you enjoy that battle for the lead? How about giving these 4 cylinders a round of applause? Great racing out there between Kyle Hurley and Joe Gary Sr. So the Roost Restaurant yellow flag flies for the first time in this feature event. It'll be a single file restart. If you are unfamiliar to the restarting procedures here at the Speedway, we'll explain them to you. All qualifying is double file right to the final checker flag. However, in the feature events, all divisions will go single file if there are 5 or less laps left in the race and the yellow flag comes out. So again, 5 laps to go. That puts us in that single file restart bracket. They will line up nose to tail. Penny Dunn having a great race too in third. Don't want to lose sight of her. She was leading a big pack of cars behind your 2 leaders. I want to give a shout out to Dale Mull for saving that car. He lost it and saved it a couple of times, fishtailing out of turn 4 a couple of laps ago. And he was able to gather that car back up. So really good driving in all of the competitors out here in the 4 cylinders. Well, let's see if Joe Gary can hold off Kyle Hurley. They had separated themselves by about, I would say, 10 or 12 car lengths over Penny Dunn when that yellow flag came out. So let's see what Penny has for the 2 leaders. We'll find out in 5 laps because the green flag comes back out as we wrap up the 4-cylinder feature. Kyle Hurley looking to the outside, then he swings low, trying to keep that momentum up. He's going to try to get a fender under the inside of Joe Gary. Joe Gary is fast in the middle of the backstretch into turn 3, keeps that speed up, but now he gets too high out of turn 4, and behind them, Mullis sideways again. Kyle Hurley and Joe Gary are fender to fender. They're not making any contact with each other, just good hard racing with 4 laps to go. Hurley, their lap leader, he has led lap number 11. First lap led by Kyle Hurley in this event. Still side by side out of turn 4. 3 laps to go this time by now. Hurley inches out front. Penny Dunn holding up Bobby Drayton and Dale Mull and Robbie Steinmetz. So Dunn having a great race as well back in third. This time by, it'll be 2 laps to go for the leaders. 2 laps to go for Kyle Hurley. 2 to go for Hurley. No change on position on the track. Now Bobby Drayton, the 4th, is trying to reel in Penny Dunn. That's a battle for third, but we're going to stay up front and see what happens with this race to the checker flag. As the white flag comes out, 1 more lap for Kyle Hurley. Let's see if Joe Gary has anything left. Bobby Drayton still working on Penny Dunn. That's a side-by-side battle for third. Back up front, it's Kyle Hurley. He's going to eye the twin checker flags as they wave, and Kyle Hurley will win the 4-cylinder feature. Joe Gary is second. Let's see who gets third. It's going to come down to the line, and Penny Dunn inches out Bobby. Nope, it just changed. Bobby Drayton inches out Penny Dunn at the line.
So Kyle Hurley getting the automatically into the redraw for Saturday night, the big race for the four cylinders of All-Star Cup weekend. The four cylinders are here both nights with full shows. Saturday night's their $500 to win race. He is into the redraw for that with this win. The win and you're in All-Star Cup shootout qualifier. Also, all Jeep owners, if you want to be part of the on-track parade, you need to go to your car now and line up on the back stretch, back by the back pit gate. They will direct you how to line up down there. Street stock feature is next. We're going to bring you out right at the conclusion of the street stock feature, so we need all Jeep owners to line up now, please. All right, Jim Murdoch is at trackside, and Jim, if you can hear me, I'm going to turn it over to you with Kyle Hurley.
Essential Dog Training. She's got the Dirt Podcast, Highline, Alpha Vision. Some of the sponsors on the number 23. He's pumped up. We can hear him celebrating. Yeah, you earned this one, Kyle. Great effort by the four cylinders, climbing out of the door and the window. Here he comes, Kyle Hurley, your four-cylinder winner. Wow. Come on over here, Kyle. That was a great race. You and Joe Gary side by side. How many laps?
I lost count. That was cool. Congrats to Joe again on the championship. We had one hell of a day. When we unloaded the car today, an eyelet went through the oil pan. I lost every little bit of oil I had scrambling. Thank you to the Duns for bringing one up. We swapped it in the gravel. I'm still covered in oil. It's been a hell of a day. What a race. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that because that was a ton of fun.
Certainly a crowd-pleasing victory here tonight. Talk about that battle. Did you know how close he was? I don't even think you guys even came close to touching out there. That's how good the battling was.
No, we were close. I don't think we touched too much. He had the line. I just had to wait and be persistent and just hang on.
Great job.
Thank you.
One more time. Let him hear it. Oh, one second.
I know a lot of stuff's going on in the country this last week, and Bree and we lost a couple good friends, Amanda Hazard and Jason King. This is for you guys.
A nice dedication to a couple of friends lost this week. Great effort by Kyle Hurley and all the four cylinders out there. One more time, let him hear it, Kyle Hurley. And we'll keep with the full-fendered frenzy with the street stocks coming up next. We'll get you the lineup momentarily as Victory Lane celebrations now underway with Kyle Hurley. Boy, this track is tacky tonight. My goodness, a lot of moisture in it. It's going to be one whale of a feature once those sprints and modifieds get out there.
All right, well, thanks a lot, Jim. And once again, street stock feature is next. If you have a Jeep, you should be lining up now because as soon as the street stock feature is over and we're done with Victory Lane for that race, we are bringing the Jeeps out for their parade around the track. And then we will head into intermission and do our redraw. Hey, we got 50-50 ticket sellers have drivers with them. Two of the hot shoes on the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series, the Mass 305 Sprint Car Tour. Eddie Wagner is selling tickets. He is right down here in the main grandstand. He'll be making it. Got his hands up. Look at that. Eddie was the fastest car in his heat tonight. Not only a heat winner, but was turning laps. Every lap in the heat was under 16 seconds. And although I didn't see the times on the first heat, which is my fault because I wasn't paying attention, but Eddie, one of the fastest cars in the Mass 305s tonight. And Dale Eggert is the other driver. He drives the 32, and he is out there selling tickets with our 50-50 ticket seller as well. So if you want to say hi to these drivers, buy some 50-50 tickets. You can talk to them, shake their hand, and put some money in the bucket and get into the 50-50. And if you're watching online, you may not be able to talk to Eddie Wagner or Dale Eggert, but you can still play the 50-50 by calling one of the two numbers on your screen, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. We take Venmo, PayPal, and credit cards. All right, Street Stock feature is next. Only 5 cars, as you know. However, 5 good cars. And we're going to turn it over to Big Jim Murdoch. He has caught his breath from coming back up from victory lane. And he will give you the lineup here for the Street Stock feature event. Once again, this is win and you're in. The Street Stocks are only here on Friday of the All-Star Cup shootout. So this is for being into the redraw for that event.
That's right, Pete. You know, on Saturdays, you can always skip leg day when we're working at the racetrack, up and down the steps all night. Always a lot of fun here, so. Yeah, you know, you had to deal with that at Georgetown last night. So here we go, folks. Chris Lane will start on the pole in car number 88. He's out of Howell. On his outside, the original Old Bridge Outlaw, number 98, Chris Allen Sr., of course, from Old Bridge. Little Lake Harbor Township's own Patrick Force will start third in the number 18. Manchester, New Jersey, Spider Enzinger, the Spiderman, will start fourth in the number 9. And Darren Cox, also from Howell, will start fifth in the 92. Again, this will be the 15-lap feature for the Street Stocks. This should be a good battle. Every one of these cars is pretty much equally fast out here from what we've seen in the 2025 season. This time by, we'll do another wave lap, folks. Again, starting in the pit grandstands, and keep the wave going all the way into turns 1 and 2. You can wave your hats, wave your hands, wave whatever you have. And these 5 Street Stock drivers will wave back at you before their 15-lap contest. If you're watching on YouTube, an absolutely gorgeous evening here in the Pinelands in western Ocean County. It's about 68 degrees or so, cooling off. Low humidity, a little bit of a breeze out of the south. So the wind is moving from turn 1 towards turn 4, and not a speck of dust to be seen. And Pete, walking on that racetrack, it was like a sponge. Extremely fast. Classic New Egypt. What everybody remembers and loves about the speed plant here in central New Jersey. Here we go. Chris Lane, Chris Allen on the front row. Karina's out. Chris Lane. Chris Lane, Chris Allen Jr., Patrick Force, top 5, all 5 cars in a pack. Boy, we mentioned before the green, all cars are a lot equal out there. They are certainly racing like it through the completion of lap number 1. Look at this battle. Photog Ryan can keep all 5 cars in one shot in the whole camera frame as they're racing in a bunch out of turn 4. Now it's 3 wide in the back. Look at this move. Chris Allen, Darren Cox, and Spider Enzinger 3 wide through the tri-oval in the Street Stocks. Up front, battle for the lead. Here comes Pat Force looking down low. Patrick Force had a notion to go on the inside of Chris Lane out of turn 4. Thought about it again, exiting turn 2, nothing there. As the accordion effect is back on, and all 5 cars starting to bunch up once again with the completion of lap number 4. A little bit of shuffling going on for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Chris Allen Sr. kind of left out to dry as Darren Cox made up a couple of spots, and now he's challenging for 2nd. Here comes Darren Cox in the 92, kind of reeling in Pat Force in that number 18 as Chris Lane leads the way with 5 laps complete. Well, now it's calmed down. Everybody's single file for now. And maybe something wrong with Chris Allen is starting to, well, if it was a super speedway, starting to lose the draft out in front of him, but he's starting to drop back a couple of car lengths and increasing distance each and every lap. An entertaining first half of the street stock feature. You don't need a lot of cars to have a good race. And that's the neat thing in this division. As we have our sprint car drivers selling 50/50s right now down front. You can see our Mass 305 sprint car drivers doing their 50/50 sales. Back on the racetrack, we have completed the halfway point, 8 laps down, 7 to go. 7 laps to go for Chris Lane. Pat Force not far behind. Still all 5 cars single file. It looks like now a little bit of daylight opening up between Pat Force and Darren Cox. As it's the hi, how are you lap this time by 5 laps to go, 5 to go for Lane. They are running lap times, your 2 leaders, about the same, 20.131 for Lane and 20.113 for Pat Force. So just 100th of a second difference in times. That's how equally matched these street stocks are. Three laps to go. Force unable to catch Chris Lane. Darren Cox unable to catch Pat Force. Through 3 and 4 another time, this time by 2 laps to go. 2 to go for your leaders. Chris Lane looking for, I believe, what would be win number 3 on the season. If he can hang on for one more lap around as the white flag waves. White flag, 1 lap to go for Lane. Through 3 and 4 for the final time out of turn 4. He can see the twin checkers in the air. Chris Lane picks up what I believe is his 3rd street stock feature win of the season. Pete will check on that as I head to victory lane. We'll head down and talk to Chris Lane, which was indeed his 3rd checkered flag of the 2025 season.
Folks, our photographer, Harry Meeks at the Photography Stand, is having a special tonight. $5 for 8x10s and $1 for 4x6s, and it is unlimited. So we wanted some pictures of the drivers here, or your favorite drivers. Now is a great time to get them tonight.
Usable chairs. Modified top 5.
Jeep Parade is next after this victory lane ceremony. And our intermission period will have our very fun musical chairs modified redraw.
Chris Lane getting the helmet off. The original Mulligan's Restaurant and Grill, one of the sponsors on his automobile. Climbing out of the car with the checker flag in hand for the third time in 2025, your street stock winner, Chris Lane. Chris, what a crowd-pleasing battle out there. That's 2 in a row for the full fender divisions. How about this track? You guys were at one point separated by about 1/100th of a second lap times out here.
Yeah, the track is super good. I got to thank New Egypt Speedway and everybody who does prep work here. After the heat race, our car was so tight, I didn't know what we were going to do. We adjusted on it a bunch. The drop of the green, I was still tight, and I just started cranking on the brake adjuster. And whatever I did, it definitely helped it, for sure.
Did you know how close Pat Force was to you?
A couple of times I could hear a little bit of motor coming up behind me, and I was getting a little worried. But I just kept hitting my marks and kept doing what I was doing and hoping he couldn't get a run on me.
This is one of those races you'll watch back and make sure you hit all those marks because the track is super fast, and it was fun to watch from the stands in the booth too.
Oh yeah, definitely. The track was great. It was smooth. It was it was real racy, and you could move around on it and change it up a little bit because I moved closer to the fence, and it helped the car rotate in the slick a little bit. So
great job.
Thank you.
Let him hear it again. Chris Lane, your street stock feature winner.
Folks, those two modifies that have been hot lapping tonight. Paul Mancini, as you see him on the scale right now as he scales the car. That is a brand new car they are taking up to Oswego for the small block race. As is Ryan Godown's number 26, the extra car he has tonight. That is his Oswego small block car as well. Both of them warming up their cars tonight. This is the first time on the track for Mancini's number 7. A beautiful looking car. Ryan Godown will be running both the big block race and the small block race up at Oswego with two different cars. Tonight, the car he's hot lapping is his small block car. Folks, 50/50s, get them as they sell them around the grounds for $1 a piece. If you're sitting at home, the lines are open right now. You can call and use Venmo or PayPal or a credit card and call either of those two numbers on your screen, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903, and buy your 50/50 tickets for $1 each. And you can play from home and be in the running when they pick the winner in Victory Lane tonight. So you can get your 50/50 tickets, play at home. We'll leave that number up on the screen right now because it's intermission and not really bothering anybody. We'll leave it up there for a little bit so you can get your tickets. We're getting late into the game of buying tickets here. Usually we draw the 50/50. We do it in Victory Lane of one of the races. We usually do the modified race. The modified feature is last tonight. However, usually everybody is tuned in right till the end of the modified feature, so we may still do that. I'll find out. But get your 50/50 tickets. And Ryan go down out with his Oswego small block car, as is Paul Mancini, and that is a brand new car. Just got this week. Got it put together. Oswego, of course, in October. Get a couple of hot laps in here for these guys before we bring the Jeeps out.
Please report to the pit shack. Intermission time. If you need fuel or tires, you need to do it now.
Well, you can see the chairs being set up down here for the what I believe might be the first ever musical chairs redraw. First one eliminated will start 10th, and then the next one 9th, all the way to the pole sitter. However, Chris Moore just told me if there's any funny business, you pull somebody's chair out of the way or you start beating the crap out of somebody, you got to start last in the feature, not 10th, last. That's from this man right here, Chris Moore. Those are the rules. Musical chairs, just like you played in elementary school. No funny business.
That's right, and those chairs are courtesy of Tri-County Party Rentals in Cream Ridge. We want to thank them for stepping up, along with Elite Welder Training and Testing, for also boosting the purse and the redraw for tonight's event.
They're already trash talking each other out here right now. Who's are you in this too? What do you think of Chris Moore's cockamamie idea here?
Chris Moore's got a lot of bad ideas, and this one might be at the top of the list.
What do you think?
Let's go for a sprint race, not a musical chair race.
Well, the driver's so far. What do you think? Is this a good idea, or Chris Moore should go back to the drawing board?
I did it maybe circa 2008 at Bridgeport, I think.
It's been done. Oh, is that what Jay Dugan probably did that, didn't he?
I remember it was a very, very long time ago, and it didn't end well. So I'm curious to see how this is going to go.
Remember, you can't push anybody out of the way. It's been a while since you've been here. What are you getting yourself into?
I just wish it was full contact, like out on the track.
So a mixture, we'll say, of thoughts and ideas here as we get ready for what we've done as the first musical chairs.
And Jim, we got some nice looking Jeeps out there going around on our rescheduled Jeep night. I want to take this moment to wish happy birthday to Tina Giuliano. Happy birthday, Tina. Thanks for coming out to New Egypt Speedway to spend your birthday with us, and we hope you have a great birthday weekend.
And we have a happy birthday, Madison, one of our track photographers. Wave. I can't do nothing with that. She couldn't hear us during the warm-ups because she was all the way out in turn 3, but now she can hear everybody cheering for her. So happy birthday. So the Grosso boys are down here. Justin says it's crazy. The other says we need a foot race instead of a musical chair. So, Ryan, let's get your thoughts on this. What do you think of Chris Moore's plan here?
I think he comes up with some wacky stuff, doesn't he? But we'll see if the fans enjoy it. That's what it's about, right?
It's about the fans. It's about the drivers. It's about having fun because we need that this week here.
100%. So, track's good. So we'll see what happens, and hopefully it's fun.
All right. All of a sudden, Seaside Heights just came to New Egypt Speedway.
And the Jeep's going off. I want to thank all our Jeep owners for coming out here tonight in this rescheduled Jeeps. You can wave to them. And got a nice one with the American flag right here going by, and another one with a couple of flags. Also American. I think everybody knows that. One other thing about the musical chair. So I have several different instrumental music up here I can use, which is YouTube approved. And I will randomly pick that, and whenever I turn the music on, I am going to close my eyes and not look, and I'm just going to randomly go different lengths. So I'm going to miss most of this, but be as fair as possible. I am not going to watch what's going on. I'm just going to turn it on and turn it off.
All right, young man, what'd you want to say?
Let's go, Hunter Pulaski.
There you go. All right, let's poll the crowd. How many of you here think this is a good idea? That's not bad. That's not bad. How many of you think Chris Moore needs to go back to the drawing board and never do this again? All right. Okay, let's try it again. How many like this idea? Ain't no way ever again. All right, so the people like it. We'll see how the drivers do a little bit, though. I hope we're doing it soon, because we got to get the races going. All right, drivers, prepare for competition. We're gonna go right down the line real quick, and if people out here have never seen your face before, tell everybody who you are and where you're from.
Jack Butler, Phillipsburg, New Jersey.
Will Dupree, Somerset, New Jersey.
I'm Brandon Grosso, Montgomery, New Jersey.
Paul Mancini, New Gretna, New Jersey.
Ryan Go down from Ringo's.
Danny Buck, Pipersville, Pennsylvania.
Clay Butler, Bloomsburg, New Jersey.
Justin Grosso, Montgomery.
Danny Van Dorn, Schnecksville, Pennsylvania.
David Schilling, and I'm homeless.
All right, pick out your favorite. When we get the signal from Chris Moore, we're going to do it. Remember, no funny business, guys. You cannot beat up every. Should we go counterclockwise, I guess? Counterclockwise. And you've got the speaker behind you, so there's no excuse when it shuts off. So. All right, take a chair out. All right, let's do it. Welcome back, Clay. Clay will be starting 8th. We'll see you in a little bit, Jack. Thanks for playing. All right. I can see why this music is YouTube approved. I feel like I'm on hold. Here we go. No, get up. The look of concentration in David Schilling's eyes, like this is the most important thing he's ever done in his racing career. All right, how many do we have left? Oh, they already broke a chair. They've already taken out one of the chairs. All right, music, Pete. Up. It's WWE out here now. They're going to start throwing chairs. I don't know if that's legal. All right, prepare your cars for racing, guys. Keep going. We got a couple left. No, keep going, Ryan. No stopping, no stopping. No, that's still playing. Come on. Oh, now it's off. Oh, Paul didn't have a chance. Paul didn't have a chance. So who do we have left? Oh, man. Up. All right. Look at the concentration. They're all standing. Oh! Go down with the reaction, the reflexes. All right, it comes down to Ryan Godown and Brandon Grosso. Who wants to see Ryan on the pole? How about Brandon Grosso? All right, here we go. No, up. Oh! Brett. Ryan's going to give it to Brandon Grosso. Brandon, come on over here. All right. Battle right at the end there. What do you think?
I don't know. We got a pretty good car. He was a little better than me, so we'll see what happens.
This is what it's all about, though. You have to bring these entertaining acts for the intermission downtime. That's fun. Chris Moore always thinking outside the box.
It was a lot of fun. He had a good idea, so I get to start first, so we got a little head start.
All right, good luck. Good tune-up, too, for the All-Star Cup. So, hey, crowd, what did you think? Do you want to do it again with other divisions? Or do you never want to see it again? No, people liked it. Let's do it again. Absolutely. Chris Moore, looks like you have a hit on your hands. Pete will send it back upstairs to you.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. I think next time I'm going to get somebody else to play the music because I missed it. I couldn't watch it because I didn't want to, influence it, so I was completely blind doing it, so. But I'll go back and watch it after the fact, so I'll get to see it on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube or you're here, you can go back and watch it again and again on the YouTube channel if you're a subscriber. If not, just subscribe. Doesn't cost anything. So an excellent, fun little thing. All those drivers were guaranteed to be in the top 10 no matter what. So this should be a fun night of racing. We got 3 races left. The Sportsman feature will be first, then the sprints, then the modifieds. That is the order of events this evening. And Brandon Grasso and Ryan Godown will be on the front row with Danny Buck and Tanner Van Doren on the second row. I did see that as the race director was writing the lineup down as they got eliminated up here next to me. So I took a quick glance at it. They'll send that over to me momentarily, and I'll have the lineup. But Sportsman car staging up as we get the track ready. We just packing the track in and putting a little bit of water down on the track. Just basically misting it and packing it in. That'll take about another 10 minutes to just put a little bit more water. They want to do every groove top to bottom, and they just did the inside groove, so that's probably the last pass with the water. And then they'll run around a little bit here and get it down into the track. Track is super fast and looks like it's going to stay that way for a while. Great job by the track crew this week. All right, folks, we've got some highlights we can play for you if you're at home watching on YouTube, and we're going to play them now. These are the championship highlights from 2 weeks ago on Labor Day weekend. And this is a good time to check out these highlights as you're waiting for this track prep to be completed. Probably about 10 minutes or so. But we will head to this highlights now. Hope you enjoy them. And we'll be back here just momentarily with the start of our 3 features.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service. The pace quickens through 3 and 4. The double green flags fly, and the 4 cylinders spread out like NASCAR at Pocono. 3 wide going into turn 1. There was a little bit of smoke out of one of the tail ends of the cars. I may have been Joe Gary, but he's pulling away in a hurry. Joe Gary doing everything he needs to do to clinch his championship as we complete lap number 1. Behind Joe Gary, it's a hornet's nest. Mull's momentum may have gotten slowed down by a slowing Robbie Steinmetz. That allowed Bobby Drayton to go on the outside, and now the inside. He's in the runner-up spot. Bobby Drayton knows what he needs to do, and he's doing it out there. As Bobby Drayton slips into second. Mull now to the inside of Robbie Steinmetz. Watch that number 6. Looks like the 7X of Jimmy Avery has pulled off, and now problems for Kyle Hurley. Kyle Hurley in the 23 slowing to a stop on the backstretch. That'll bring out the yellow flag. Bobby Drayton III pulls up fender to fender on the outside, and Joe Gary inches ahead. But not by much, because here comes Drayton again. A big burst of speed on that outside groove. He's going to pull again along to the outside, even going into turn 1. Bobby Drayton doing everything he can. Although, with the laps now counting and 9 cars on the track, Joe Gary is your 4-cylinder champion. But Bobby Drayton still wants to win the feature. Why wouldn't he? He's got a bunch this year. Why not add another one? White flag, 1 lap to go for Joe Gary. White flag, 1 lap to go for Bobby Drayton. Bobby Drayton does the diamond move once again. Up high, it's going to come down to the final straightaway. Bobby Drayton in the X09 keeps that speed up. He's going to try to stay to the outside this time by Joe Gary, swings wide. Bobby Drayton up by the fence. Checker flag is out, and Joe Gary gets his first win in 5 years and the track championship. He's climbing out of the car in a hurry. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 4-cylinder track champion, Joe Gary Sr. Playing for the first time in 5 years, hard to believe, but this 4-cylinder class has come a long way. You and your son, and of course the Dunn family, you can't say enough about them to really get this class off the ground and running. But how it's changed over the years. The competition, a heck of a lot more tough out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit stiff competition out there, but it's pretty good.
What did it feel like here at New Egypt this season? You started racking up good place finishes. You didn't have a win until tonight, but that consistency really paid off.
I never give up. I just keep going, keep trying different things until I can pull it off.
And you run a couple of other tracks. So what are your plans in 2026? Are you going to be back in New Egypt to defend your championship? Are you going to go for another championship next year?
We're not sure yet. We'll find out where we're going to end up at.
They always bounce around in the beginning of the year to see where the top threes and wins are coming, right?
True. Yeah, we'll just try different tracks and see where we're at and how the competition is. And I like to go where there's the best competition. This way here, we have some fun.
How does it feel to be a champion in the 4-cylinders?
Been good.
Been a while, but here you are once again.
Yes.
Joe Gary Sr., your 4-cylinder New Egypt Speedway 2025 track champion.
XTP, Extreme Diesel Performance Drivers Questions of the Week. We're going to ask you 10 questions. There's more than 10 now, right? We're going to ask you these questions. Give us the honest answers as you can. If you hear, I'll ask you no. I'm going to ask you 10 questions. Give me as honest answers as you can, best as you can, and we just go from there, all right? All right. What's your hometown?
Jackson's where I'm living.
All right. Why do you race at New Egypt Speedway?
Well, I've been coming here since I was a little kid. It's 15 minutes from the house.
Oh, you've heard me for a long time then, huh?
Sure have.
Okay. What is your favorite racetrack other than New Egypt?
The only other one I've ran is Bridgeport.
Okay. All right. Who is your favorite race car driver?
I'd have to be me.
How about that?
Yeah.
You first got to say that. Awesome. All right. What is your favorite racing memory as of today?
Oh, boy. Man, there's quite a few that come to mind. I guess my first time making it to Tech.
Cool.
That was quite the experience.
Okay.
I'll get there.
Okay. Why, other than being crazy like the rest of us, why do you do this?
Same thing, man. Just my dad used to bring us here when we were kids, and I got a lot of memories playing on that playground and watching these cars go around. And
that's awesome.
Just to be involved is pretty cool.
I don't have to move because he's going to back up. All right, non-racing questions. What is your favorite ice cream?
Strawberry.
Strawberry. Wow, I would have never thought that. Favorite food?
What do you think it was?
Not a lot of people like strawberry. No. The only time I liked strawberry was when them 3 vanilla chocolate strawberry squares my mom used to give me.
I'd always take the strawberry right out.
No kidding. All right. Favorite food?
I'm a real meat and potatoes guy. So probably backstraps and mashed potatoes.
Okay. For those of you who don't know what backstraps are, if you don't know, you need to ask somebody because that's pretty good stuff. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage?
Cherry Pepsi.
There you go. Favorite alcoholic beverage?
Busch Latte.
Ah, nice. Favorite TV show or movie?
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
That's cool. All right, dog or cat?
Dog.
Okay. What do you hope to accomplish in 2025?
Keeping this car in one piece would be nice. Be a nice change of pace.
Okay. Now, being you've been here all these years, if you were a car owner, who would you put in your car and why?
Well, I am a car owner.
Any division. Doesn't have to be yours.
It'd have to be my crew chief, Ken. The amount of hours he puts in this car is it's unreal. And if he asked, he'd jump in that thing in a heartbeat.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Because the mighty modifieds are ready to go racing. And we're underway through 1 and 2, angling out now down the back. It is Frank Venezia out in front. Dupree side by side with Davey Salmon. Salmon's a feature winner earlier this year. As he looks to take second, he'll have it by a wheel as they come down the front. Banks holding go down off. Then it's Buffalino and Jack Butler side by side. Now go down to the outside, and he'll go by Johnny Banks coming out of turn number 2. 6th position, then it's Jack Butler. Go down to the inside of Joseph Brown. He will sneak by for 4th, and under Dupree now down the front straightaway as they complete lap 7. Danny Buck also on the move. He's under Buffalino and looking under Jack Butler. Salmon's right on Venezia. He'll take a look to the inside and pull even with Venezia down the back. They'll race side by side. Salmon's on the inside and has position here. Venezia fighting hard on the outside, but it is Salmon's rolling by and into the lead. Buffalino is in the 7th position, followed by Pouch, Jack Butler, and Johnny Banks. Go down, slingshots as Mancini takes over second from Venezia, and Go Down will follow him through and into the 3rd spot. Green is in the air. Borden is off on the restart, and we're green. Kevin Borden to the pits on that restart. Salmon's picking up once again. Buck gets by Venezia and into the 4th spot, so Danny Buck is on the back bumper. Right now they are tied for the point lead, running 3rd and 4th. Here comes Go Down off the top. Mancini down on the bottom. Mancini holds him off at the line, but Go Down's right alongside of him, and he'll have momentum here. Ryan Go Down around the top side and in the 2nd. And Go Down is fast. Buck and Pouch now 4th and 5th, and Buck trying to reel in Mancini, but now he's got to catch Go Down, because Go Down now in the 2nd. He's got to beat him. Go Down now 6 points, would put him 4 points in front, and now looking for the lead around Salmon. Salmon's, though, sliding up into his groove. Go Down rolls it into 1, dives to the bottom. He's even with Salmon's out of turn number 2. And he will complete the pass going into 3. Ryan Go Down into the lead, and Go Down will lead lap number 20. Go Down just 1 lap away from his 7th championship. Through the tri-oval and into the north end of the speedway. The final 2 turns, the Ringo's Rocket. Ryan Go Down is your modified champion for the 7th time.
He's trying. Savannah's up there with him. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Go Down.
All right, we're back here at New Egypt Speedway at the All-Star Cup Qualifier. Win and you're in. And Jim, the Sportsman car is coming out. We're going to give the lineup here, but That was pretty cool. That redraw was something different, and I got to say, I didn't know it was done before. I know Chris didn't know who came up with the idea because he could not think of a time he had ever seen it before. And it went pretty well, I thought. I missed a lot of it because I was playing the music.
Yeah, you were being the fair judge up here and not even looking out the booth window. But safe to say, we polled the crowd. The crowd loved it. The drivers were a little hesitant, but by the time we asked the drivers and were talking to them after they were getting eliminated, they had a lot of fun. And that's what the sport needs. Unique, entertaining events to keep people having some fun during track prep or downtimes, or just to shake things up a little bit because, you know, you do the same thing week after week after week. It gets a little bit stale. Chris Moore, a great general manager here at New Egypt Speedway, a lot of unique ideas, and I think Jay Dugan may have done it at Bridgeport. He was the kind of a crowd coordinator down there in the mid to late 2000s. So if Jay Dugan, if you're watching, if you thought of this, good job. But it was nice to have it resurrected here tonight.
And not only the fans enjoyed it, I thought the drivers kind of enjoyed it. They were a little tentative about it ahead of time, but it looked like they were having a good time. And, you know, look, let's face it, nobody was starting worse than 10th when it started, so... but a fun thing, and that's what we like to do here at New Egypt Speedway, and we hope you see that and come on out and experience it in person here. We got a lot of great stuff going on.
No bruised egos either. A lot of laughter, a lot of fun down there. They were pushing and shoving. I think we did lose one chair in the process, though.
And we apologize to, well, I have the name here somewhere. Hold on. We had a sponsor for the chairs. And we want to thank them once again, and that is Tri-County Party Rentals right here in Cream Ridge. Tri-County doing a great job giving us those chairs, so hopefully they'll at least get 9 of them back.
Before you give the lineup, I want to know what else is up Chris Moore's sleeve. Because we've seen a lot of unique things here this year, from the in-car camera to now the booth cam that you're looking at to the musical chairs. It just seems like Chris is a young influencer in the realm of motorsports promotion, and I think that's what's needed at a lot of these venues.
And it's, hey, if you're watching on YouTube, that is Chris Moore right there doing the YouTube thing. And he, believe me, if you have not subscribed, please subscribe, because the more subscribers we get, that's how we keep this going for free and active for you going into the next season in 2026. All right, this is how they're going to line up for your Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman feature event. Folks, I want to remind you there is no smoking in the grandstand area at all. If you're in the grandstands, you may not smoke. There are smoking areas behind the grandstands you can go to, and that we have no problem with that, but it is our policy here. There is no smoking in the grandstands in public places in New Jersey. All right, feature 25 laps. Starting on the pole will be Will Protinick in the 3WP. Will drawing the pole for the redraw here. Alongside of him in a newer car for them. That's an old Rick Holston modified car with a crate motor in it. The 4U is George Garrish Jr. He'll start outside the front row. Garrish, the only driver running both divisions tonight. Mike Butler in the short load ready mix concrete number 04 will start in the third spot, and alongside of him out of Spring Grove, Pennsylvania in the 45 junior, that is Rick Wegner Jr. Ricky Wegner in the number 45 junior. John Scarpati is in the S2. He will start in the 5th position, and alongside of him from Jacksonville, New Jersey in the number 41, the A. Yaros Industries 41 is Nick Van Wickle. Matt Ellery drives the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill number 29. He's out of South Plainfield. He'll start 7th. And alongside of him, out of Pilesgrove Township in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14 is Ethan Bill. 9th starting position, the Elegant Exteriors number 20, finished 2nd in points this year, was our defending champion this year. He was champion in 2024. That is Ryan Simmons in the number 20. And alongside of Simmons, our co-rookie champion this year in the Flemington Department Store number 27 is Hunter Pulaski. Ryan Heim out of Parkertown is in the number 18. He'll start in the 11th position. Alongside of him, the 32C of David Malozar. 13th starting position is Mike Toth in the 89. And alongside of him, the 53 of Duncan Molesworth. Ryan Marr, another former rookie champion, is in the 51. He'll start 15th. Chris Bergstrom in the 3 will start 16th. Row number 9, Stephen Puglisi, last year's rookie champion, is in the 43. And Sean Cook is alongside of him in the 9X. This is your wave lap. Wave to them as they come by, and we get ready to go feature racing here at the New Egypt Speedway. It is the Elite Welder Training and Testing Win, and you're in All-Star Cup Qualifier. John Norshin in the 81 will start 19th. Glenn McIntyre in the 88 does get the car fixed and makes it out. He will start 20th. And Mark Beam in the 715 is scheduled to start 21st, and he is out there as well. Looks like all 21 cars have made the call. It is up to Will Protinick as he will bring the Swagger Factory Apparel Sportsman to the green. Here they come, and there they go. And we are underway with the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman as they move down the back. Protinick jumping out to the early lead off that front row. Garris falls back to third as Mike Butler got underneath him, and Butler slides up in front for the second position. Garris third, then Wagner as they run through 1 and 2 and back down the back. 3 wide for the 7th position. Scarpati on the outside of Ethan Bill and Ryan Simmons. And they're 3 wide again as Simmons clears that battle. And Ryan Heim made it 3 wide, and he clears that battle. At the front, Garris going after second as he pulled even with Mike Butler. Butler surges back in front of him. The top 3, top 4, all nose to tail down the front. Van Wickle in 5th, catching the top 4. Now we got 5 cars all right together. Butler to the outside of Protinick as they move down the back. Protinick on the inside. Mike Butler slides up high off of turn number 4. Side by side for the lead at the stripe. It is Mike Butler, I believe. Yep, Butler on the scoreboard now as the transponder changes the scoreboard. It was by a whisker. Butler surges ahead, but the yellow lights are on. And it's Glenn McIntyre. He spun up in turn number 4 on the high side, and the yellow out with 4 laps complete. For the first time in this event, Mike Butler had the lead at the stripe by a whisker. Matter of fact, if I can get it back up here on my by 0.04 seconds, 4/100ths of a second was the lead for Mike Butler over Will Protinick. So Butler will have lane choice on this double file restart. The difference was 0.04. They were side by side. Butler was about a bumper ahead. I had it, I mean, I'm not lined up perfect with the start-finish line, but it looked to me like he was, and the transponders confirmed it. I actually said that one before the transponder. I've been wrong before because of the transponders. So I try not to say it till I see it change. That time I actually said it before, and then it changed and proved me right. George Garris Jr. running through. Ricky Wagner is 4th in the 45. The 41 of Nick Van Wickle runs in the 5th position. And Matt Ellery. Alongside him, Ryan Simmons and Ryan Heim. And then Ethan Bill and John Scarpati. That's the top 10 as we go back to green. And we're back underway. Mike Butler grabbing the lead and pulling away quickly. Protinick second. Here comes Van Wickle on the inside. He's got Ricky Wagner. Now he's under Garris. Van Wickle charging from 5th, and he's into the top 3 now as they come down the front. And he's looking for more. Some great close racing here, and Van Wickle gets Protinick going into turn number 1. Van Wickle to second. Mike Butler has opened up 10 car lengths on the field. Van Wickle to second. Garris down underneath Protinick, now 3 wide for 3rd as they come down the front. Garris and Ellery moving into 3rd and 4th. Garris third, Ellery right with him. Protinick is fifth. He's got Ryan Simmons and Ethan Bill right there, and Ryan Heim, all of them glued together. And it's Ricky Wegner behind them. Mike Toth, and then Scarpati gets loose. I just happened to be looking at him. He got loose, and Malozar squeezed by him in turn number 2. And now the yellow lights are on again. And we got a car backwards in turn 2. That happened behind that. Missed that. That was Chris Bergstrom in the 3. He is facing the wrong way on a one-way street, and the yellow lights are on. 7 laps are complete. Seven laps down, and Nick Van Wickle moving up from 5th to 2nd on that last restart. And by the time he got to 2nd, Butler had kind of checked out there. He was about 10 car lengths clear of the field. And I think we only had one more lap before the yellow came out, so I could not tell if Van Wickle was quicker. The last lap, though, Van Wickle was a little quicker than Mike Butler. Hard to tell now because now it's put the yellow lap time on it as well, so it's doubled them up, but it's still a little quicker. So Mike Butler, your leader, and Nick Van Wickle running 2nd. Butler will have lane choice. George Garris Jr. is 3rd. Matt Ellery running 4th. Will Protinick still in the top 5 in the 3WP. Ryan Simmons is 6th in the number 20. 7th, Ethan Bill in the 14. The 18 of Ryan Heim runs in 8th. Ricky Wegner fell back to 9th on that restart in the 45 junior, and the 89 of Mike Toth is now in the 10th position here on the restart. White flag is out. We'll go green next time by. All right, up to Mike Butler. He fires at the start of the restart zone, and he'll bring him to green. A lot of shuffling back around the back of the top 10 there. Man, there was some close one. Oh, and Mike Toth is backwards, and now Norsha backwards with him. They never touched because Norsha was able to spin the car and keep it from hitting Mike Toth. Good job there, and nobody hit either one of them, so both cars should be able to restart no problem, and we'll re-rack them here. Didn't get more than 2 turns in there. Boy, there was some shuffling for positions on that restart. And it looked like Will Protinick was in the middle of that. He actually lost several spots. He'll get them back here, though, because we didn't get a lap in, so we revert back to the lineup. It's always the last completed lap, and when you don't get a lap in, it's the same way you just restarted, minus the cars in the accident that brought out the yellow. So Protinick should be back up to 5th position. At the front, Mike Butler and Nick Van Wickle will be the front row once again, and George Garris Jr. and the 29 of Matt Ellery. Will Protinick should be in front of Ryan Simmons. Simmons running 6th on that restart. The only one in the top 10 that was in that accident was Mike Toth. He was running 10th. So that'll move John Scarpati back into the top 10. Actually, Scarpati is back at the rear too. He may have been involved as well, and I missed it. So that's my bad. So Duncan Molesworth, who was running 12th, is now in the top 10. Actually, John Scarpati was put to the rear for over-aggressive driving. That is why he is back there. So in a roundabout way, he was involved. So him, Mike Toth in the 89, and Norsha in the 81, all at the rear now. All right, Mike Butler picking the inside of the front row once again, and he brings them back to green. Into 1 and 2, angling out now and moving down the back. It's Mike Butler in front of Van Wickle as they head into 3. Ellery third. Garris trying to hold back Ryan Simmons. Simmons is on the move here in the 20 as he looks for 4th. He's side by side with Garris. Protinick holds on to 6th by a wheel, but he's got Ryan Heim under him and Ethan Bill. Bill and Heim and Bill go by him. Now he's got to try to hold off Molesworth and Malozar back there. At the front, Mike Butler leads Nick Van Wickle by a car length. It's actually 2 car lengths. You could fit 1 car length between the 2 of them as they move down the back. Ellery solidly in 3rd. Simmons has moved ahead of Garris, but just barely in the 4th spot. Ryan Heim is 6th. Ethan Bill 7th. David Malozar is 8th. And then it is Molesworth and Protinick, but Protinick gets up too high and Wegner gets by him and moves back into the top 10. The cars have spread out. The battle now side by side is Ethan Bill moving under Ryan Heim, and he'll take 6th from Heim. Heim tried to cross him over, and here comes Van Wickle. Van Wickle challenging Mike Butler for the lead. Neither of these drivers won a feature this year, and they were both up top in the points. Butler tied for 3rd. Van Wickle was 8th in points. Butler actually missed a night and tied for 3rd in the points. And Butler holds him off, and Van Wickle tucks back in neatly behind him. Ellery, who tied with Butler for 3rd in the points, had 1 win on the year. It was on July 12th. Ryan Simmons only had 1 win this year. And George Garris Jr. did not have any. He moved up to the modified halfway through the year. Doing a good job in that 4U tonight. Ethan Bill running in the 6th spot. Bill had 2 wins on the year, and Ryan Heim running 7th had 3 wins this year, including a non-point race at the Super Dirt Series show to start the year off. And Heim won the last time we raced 2 weeks ago, so Heim has bookended the year with a couple of wins. Here comes Ellery on Van Wickle as Butler, once he was challenged by Van Wickle, has pulled away. He just drove off into the sunset here as he completes lap 16. Mark Beam slowing a little, and he is pulled up to the top side of the speedway in the 715 as they lap him off of turn number 2. Looks like he's going to head to the pit area. Butler with a fairly comfortable lead of about 7 or 8 car lengths over Matt Ellery. And Beam will make it into the pits and down the ramp. Ellery a solid 2nd over Van Wickle. Now Garris moves the 4th as he gets by Ryan Simmons. And here comes Ethan Bill trying to move into the top 5. They are on Garris's back bumper. Simmons really going at it with Ethan Bill. Bill will go to the far outside in the 14. Heim and Malozar have moved in on that group. They are all bunched together, and here comes Ethan Bill with a head of steam down the backstretch. Bill to the inside of Simmons and moves into the top 5. Ethan Bill the 5th. 6 laps to go as Mike Butler has entered lap traffic. He laps Sean Cook down the back. Cook getting out of shape in the short chute. Coming out of the tri-oval, but quickly recovers and continues to run behind the leader as Ellery will move to the outside, and Cook will keep her down on the bottom there. Oh, Ellery will cross him over. Mike Butler trying to get by the lap car of John Norsha. Ellery has already cleared Sean Cook, trying to reel in Butler. Butler with things in control here as he heads into turn 1. 4 laps to go. Van Wickle, Garris, and Ethan Bill, the top 5. Simmons got his hands full with Ryan Heim and David Malozar. Simmons, who moved up to 4th and was looking for more, has slid back out of the top 5. Not sure if he has a problem or just lost a little speed there, a vibration, something, because he's fighting it and has slid backwards. It will be 2 to go this time. 2 laps to go for Mike Butler off of turn 4. Butler looking to lap last year's rookie champion Steve Puglisi. Matt Ellery working in lap traffic, but he's a half a straightaway behind Butler. Van Wickle back in 3rd, then Garris, and Ryan Heim is moving to 4th as he got by Ethan Bill. White flag is out for Butler one more time around. And we got a heck of a battle going on back here. And now, and a car into the fence, and that is a lap car of Sean Cook. Yellow lights are on. Yellow is out. Sean Cook looking like he has a broken front end. Well, doesn't look like it. Well, the car is steering, but he's got a problem. And Cook's rear bumper bent pretty bad across the back of the car as well. That was a scary moment. He was being lapped by the top runners. We'll see the back just outside the top 5, and you'll see the cars right here. Whoa, Sean Cook coming up across 2 cars. It was Malozar and Simmons were battling for position, and I believe that was for about 6th or 7th. I think it was 7th. And Sean Cook came up across the front of them. And you'll see it right there in turn number 4. And all 3 cars come together. And Simmons goes way up to the outside and is able to recover and gets passed by a couple of cars before the stripe. And Malozar comes back up and makes contact again with the inside of the 9X. And the 9X ends up into the outside guardrail. Good angle there on the replay camera. So we'll get this reset for you. Sean Cook heading to the pit area with damage to the 9X after hitting in the fence there. Mike Butler in the 04 is your leader, and he had a comfortable lead. He did not want to see that yellow, and we have 1 lap remaining, 24 down and 1 to go. It'll be green and checkered when we go back to racing. Matt Ellery now will find himself on his bumper. It'll be single file as we are inside the final 5 laps. Nick Van Wickle runs in the 3rd spot. George Garris in the 4U. Ryan Heim in the 18. Ethan Bill runs 6th. In the 14, David Malozar is 7th. In the 32C, the 45 junior of Ricky Wegner is 8th. Ryan Simmons is 9th in the 20. And Duncan Molesworth in the 53 runs 10th. All right, single file behind Mike Butler. Butler looking for his first win of 2025. Here they come. Green, green, green. A lot of side-by-side racing quickly as cars go alongside the cars in front of them. Behind the top 3. The top 3 remain the same down into turn number 3. Mike Butler by 3 car lengths. Checkered flags are in hand, and Butler is going to win it down the front. Ellery, Van Wickle, Heim will beat Garris for 4th, with Garris getting a top 5 in that 4U tonight. And boy, there was a bunch of cars side by side behind them. But Mike Butler with his first win of 2025. Butler had finished second on 4 occasions this year. Opening night, the first point night back in May, on June 20, on July 5th, on August 9th, and again at the last point show 2 weeks ago. So Butler finally moves up from the bridesmaid spot, and he is the winner tonight in the 0-4.
Well, you heard the impressive stats that Pete just read off of Mike Butler's 2025 campaign in the short load ready mix concrete 04. And tired of being the bridesmaid, he finds himself in victory lane tonight. Finally, he's climbing out of the car, Mikey Butler. Finally. Pete just rattled off the stats. If you hadn't missed that 1 week, we may have been talking about a championship run, but 4 runner-up finishes, tied for third, and 5 runner-up finishes. Tied, his pit crew was letting him know. Here you are finally, end of the year, but still has to feel pretty good.
Yeah, we had a great year. I mean, it was just, constantly top 5. Like I said, 5 second-place finishes. I was starting to doubt myself. Like, what do I got to do to get back here? And it's a great way to start the money season, with a lot of momentum. I don't know how good Ellery was. I know he's really good. We talk a lot and we help each other out. And I don't know if he let me have this one because he knows he felt bad for me or what, but the car was great right from the beginning. I missed the top over there, and I saw Van Wickle get underneath me. I said, I got to get back to the bottom.
Good preparation for the All-Star Cup coming up in 2 weeks. Track had a lot of bite in it. You love the fall season here at New Egypt. That's when the moisture really comes back up. It was like old school here tonight.
The track was actually really good. It had a lot of bite in the beginning, and then it changed, and it's pretty slick out there right now and on a rail. But they did a great job, track smooth, and it was very racy. I mean, luckily I got to start third. I've been starting 13th all year long, but I'll take it. It's a great win. We were, carrying momentum into the off season here.
Good job.
The big money season,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, let him hear it one more time. Mikey Butler finds victory lane finally in 2025. Pete, I think up next we've got some sprint cars coming out. So while it's quiet, we'll send it back upstairs to you with the lineup.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. So a little information about this. We got the sprint cars coming out on the track. Tonight's Mass 305 sprint car event is presented by Lee's Emergency Equipment and pays $1,000 to win, along with $3,000 in additional contingency bonuses. And the race honors the memory of Fred Bitner, the owner and founder of Bitner Automotive. He passed away 10 years ago this year. Can't believe it's been 10 years already. Fred was a well-known engine builder for many, many race teams for many years here in New Jersey and the tri-state area. It says in my notes he was best known for being the father of Mark Bitner, a competitor with the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series, and for delivering his legendary power plants out of his Trenton, New Jersey automotive shop, Bitner Automotive, and he did that for over 34 years, and that is amazing. Definitely a legendary engine builder in the sport of both modifieds and sprint cars. Now, Lee's Emergency Equipment, who is sponsoring tonight's events for the Mass 305 Sprint Cars, has been repairing, refurbishing, and building fire trucks and emergency vehicles since 1980. With decades of trusted experience, they take pride in keeping first responders on the road with reliable, top-quality service and craftsmanship. Some of the drivers to keep an eye on: Troy Betts, who has 3 wins already this year, and including the last 2 events Mass has run, all 3 at Bridgeport. Betts was a winner here last year, and he'll look to win for the first time here at New Egypt this season. All right, folks, these are the position sponsors and the positions up for grabs. Fall Proof Systems, $50 for first and second. Evelyn Bitner, $100 for third. Fall Proof Systems, again, $50 for fourth. Erica and Eddie Wagner, $100 for fifth. Sean Bitner, $50 for sixth. Dave and Charlie Bushoff, $50 for seventh. Fall Proof Systems again for eighth and ninth, $50 each. Freddie Bitner, $100 for 10th. Betts Garage Towing and Hauling, $100 for 11th. Ed and Chris Lamoth, $50 for 12th. Fall Proof Systems, $50 for both 13th and 14th. Pat Bitner for $100 for 15th. Team 16, Paulson Motorsports, $50 for 16th. The Rainey family, $100 for 17th. The Nardo family, $50 for 18th. 19th, Tanner Racing for $100. Chuck Bittner, $100 for 20th. Fall Proof Systems, $50 for 21st. Betts Garage Towing and Hauling, $100 for 22nd. And Fall Proof Systems for 23rd, $50. Bonus loot, most cars passed all night. Eric and Eddie Wagner, $100 bonus. 9th place on lap 9, Joe Toth Racing putting up $100 for that. First Bittner Automotive Engine across the finish line, Dan Leeper Racing putting up $100 for that. The Soft Charger, Ryan Simmons putting up $50 for that bonus. The quickest Bittner Automotive Engine in Hot Laps got $50, courtesy of Ed and Chris Lamoth. Position 1 award, $100 from ERK Steering, and 15th place starter gets $50 from Schultz Racing. So we want to thank all of those sponsors for stepping up for all these contingency awards for this event tonight, which is the Fred Bitner Memorial event here for the Mass 305 Sprint Cars. Sponsored by Lee's Emergency Equipment. All right, this is how they're going to line up. Andrew Turpin is on the pole in the 56T. Alongside of him, veteran 410 racer Rick Lafferty in the number 83. Ryan Stillwagon will start third in the Fred's Trailer Parts number 11, and alongside of him will be the 56 of Cody West. Cody West in the 56. Eddie Wagner is in the 70. He was the fastest in his heat race. And a heat race winner, he'll start in the 5th spot in the number 70. And lining up alongside of Eddie Wagner in the 6th, outside row number 3, the 18 of TNT, Tim Tanner Jr. Tanner Jr. with 10 career modified wins here, along with 4 career 305 sprint car wins. Jonathan Swift from Central Pennsylvania is in the 99. He'll start 7th. Alongside of him, the winningest driver here at the New Egypt Speedway in the last couple of years. He has 6 wins in the last 3.5 seasons with the Mass 305 Sprint Cars here. He's in the number 35. He will start 8th. One of those wins came this year. Dave Brown is in the number 44. Brown, a winner here 5 times in his career. He'll start 9th. Alongside of him, the driver who won the last time they raced here and was his first career win, the 24 of Jared Kreider. Jeff Paulson is in the 16. He'll start 11th. Alongside of him, DJ Tanner in the 19T. DJ also a winner here this year. Dale Eggert is in the Lee's Emergency Equipment number 32. He'll start 13th. Aiden Borden alongside of him in the number 7. Row number 8, Troy Betts from Newark, Delaware is in the 22, and Kenny Lorino in the 36. 17th starting spot is John Brenfleck in the 4B. Then it's Jason Dunn in the 21J. Row 10, Mr. Twister, Mark Bittner in the 15, and the 26A of Kurt Rainey. 7C of Keith Anderson starts 21st. Mike Shea's in the 92, and Andy Mahan is in the 7A. All right, they're going to go 4 wide to salute Fred Bitner here in the Fred Bitner Memorial event. 10 years since Fred passed. Fred, 34 years. And Mark Bitner will lead the field in honor of his dad with his number 15. As they salute Fred Bitner and the Bitner family. And now they will go back to 2 wide for the running of this 25-lap Fred Bitner Memorial. Sponsored by Lee's Emergency Equipment. All right, Turpin and Lafferty on the front row. And this will be your wave lap. Now you can wave anything you have. Wave your program, wave your cell phone, wave your arms, your hands, your hat, your jacket, your girlfriend. Wave something over your head. As the drivers wave back at you, we get ready to go sprint car racing here at the New Egypt Speedway. And if you like sprint cars, remember the World of Outlaws, the traveling show, the greatest show on dirt, will be here for the first time in 10 years on Friday, October 10th. You can get tickets on the World of Outlaw website. And they'll have the wingless USAC 360 cars with them there that night. All right, Andrew Turpin will bring them to green. Here they come through 3 and 4, racing! And we are underway in the Fred Bitner Memorial as they work off of turn number 2 and down the back. Rick Lafferty jumping out to the early lead over Turpin as they move through 3 and 4. Lafferty off the high side. He'll lead lap number 1. Tanner from 6th to 3rd in lap number 1. Tim Tanner is on the move. He's by Ryan Stillwagon. Schweiben's to 5th. Cody West is 6th. Then it's Eddie Wagner 7th and Jared Kreider 8th. Dave Brown side by side with Jonathan Swift behind him. Schweiben's on the move. He'll dive underneath Ryan Stillwagon and move into the 4th spot. But Tanner now on the back bumper of Turpin looking for 2nd. Rick Lafferty clicking laps off. He'll lead lap 3. Lafferty on the move, leads through the tri-oval into turn number 3. We got a car backwards, and that is Andrew Turpin, who was running 2nd. Turpin, who was running 2nd, backs it into the fence just off of turn number 2. And the yellow lights are on with 3 laps complete. And the track crew will get out to them. Rick Lafferty leading the way here in the number 83. Lafferty was, I believe, was here with them the last time or one of the times this year. Lafferty is best known for running 410 sprint cars. He lives here in New Jersey, but competing out with the great 410 sprint cars out at Williams Grove mostly, but he's been to other tracks as well, Port Royal, and he always used to drive his own number 0 car. That was the car he was best known for. Rick Lafferty in the seat of the Larry McVeigh, the McVeigh Racing number 83. Tim Tanner now sitting in 2nd. He started 6th. He was 3rd before the first lap was in the books. keep your eye on him. Let's take a look at the all-time win list here, and the Hagenbottom Racing team has a lot of wins. Mike, of course, won 11. These are the tops of our win list. Mark Bitner, who would love to win this race, and the car has not been as fast as he's normally used to and had to start deep in the field here. We'll see if he can come through. He has 9 career wins. He's second on the all-time win list. Buddy Schweibens is quickly tied for 4th with 6 wins, and he's gotten them in 3.5 seasons. Really less than that. First win was the last race in September of 22. So that's really 3 years. His last win came this May. Dave Brown Jr. has 5 career wins. Tim Tanner Jr. has 4 in the 305s, but he also has 10 modified wins here before he moved on to sprint cars. Eddie Wagner with 1 career win, Aiden Borden, Troy Betts, Jared Kreider, DJ Tanner. All right, here they come. And we're underway once again. Lafferty picking up where he left off. Right behind him is Tanner. Here comes Schweibens. Whoa, we got a car sliding and into the ute tires there, fortunately fairly softly. I think that's Mark Bittner in a 15. Bittner getting sideways and sliding into the infield. Fortunately, scrubbed a lot of speed off, and he clipped that ute tire with the right rear, and he hit it hard, but not super hard. I mean, as far as sprint car crashes go, it was pretty soft, but nothing is soft, and we'll see a replay here. I know nothing is soft in reality. Whoa, man, he went in there pretty quick, and he did clip it fairly hard. They were 3 or 4 wide back there, and he really just ran out of real estate down there on the bottom, and he was unfortunately, the odd man out there, and he ended up sideways, so that could have been a lot worse than it was. You'll see it again here on the replay. Oh, 2 cars above him got together and came into him, and he did a good job of just really saving it and diving in there and sliding it. Unfortunately, he caught that ute tire, and they're going to push him off here to see. And he'll probably see if there's a vibration or anything, because, I mean, the tire has a lot of dirt on it, so it looks like it's wobbling, but that's just the color coming around. So I'm sure he'll get a feel if there's a vibration or anything bent back there when he starts stepping on it and testing it here when they push him off, and he'll either go to the pits or restart at the rear. Well, he pulls away, and I'm sure he's getting a feel for it right now. It looks okay from the grandstand, but that's a lot different than how it'll feel in the cockpit. And you can see him testing it right now to see how it's going to respond. Mark, a very savvy driver, 9 career 305 wins here. Without looking, I believe he has at least 2. I think he has 4 career modified wins here. Bittner's competed probably, and I'm just, this is off the top of my head from announcing for the 28 years here on dirt, but I believe he's probably competed in the most different divisions. There's quite a few drivers who have, but he's run 305 sprints. He's been here for URC or 360 sprint shows. He's run wingless sprints. I think he ran in the SS Sprint division when it existed here. He ran modifieds. I think he ran in 410 shows here. He's running the news division a couple of times. Just about every sprint division I think he has raced in here, including the USAC 410s. I know he was here in those. Well, I don't think there's one sprint race. I mean, one division he has not run at least one race in the sprints, and add modifieds on top of that. All right, Lafferty single file here, 3 laps complete. Lafferty will bring him to green. Tim Tanner on his back bumper, and we're racing. Back to green, off the corner and down the back. The top 3 right together as they pull away from the rest of the field. Ryan Stillwagon is 4th. Eddie Wagner is into the top 5 now in the number 70. Schweibens is by Tanner, and he is all over Rick Lafferty going into turn number 3. Schweibens looking high, looking low, dives underneath him, but it's Lafferty leading him down the front straightaway. Lafferty knows how to build momentum and just keep his line. Schweibens is all over different lines trying to find a way. He is scraping the outside guardrail off of 2. He's down low off of 4, trying to drag race Lafferty down the front straightaway. And he'll pull a slider in turn number 1. He slides up in front of Lafferty, takes the groove away, and Buddy Schweibens is the new leader here on lap number 7. And Schweibens will lead him through 3 and 4 and be the official leader of lap 7 at the stripe. Lafferty second as they enter lap traffic. Then it's Tim Tanner Jr., Eddie Wagner underneath Ryan Stillwagon. Stillwagon holds them off. Dave Brown on the charge is up to 6th, and he's on Wagner's back bumper. Those 3 all right together, Stillwagon, Wagner, and Brown. Cody West is 7th, Kreider is 8th. Through 3 and 4, they're 3 wide for a moment for that 4th position. And Wagner will take it as he laps the 26A. Here comes Stillwagon and Brown around him. Top 3 remain the same. Schweibens setting a very fast pace. DJ Tanner all over Kreider trying to get the 8th spot away. He runs 9th. Jeff Paulson is 10th. Troy Betts is 11th. And Dale Eggert is 12th. Schweibens hung up in lap traffic, but he's got a 2/3 of a straightaway lead. He dives under Andrew Turpin in turn number 3. Schweibens puts him a lap down. He'll set his sights on Mark Bitner next. Schweibens clicking off fast laps around the top of the Speedway. He will get alongside of Bitner down the back and put him a lap down going through the short chute. This will be halfway. 13 down and 12 to go for Buddy Schweibens. Schweibens has a huge lead over Rick Lafferty. Tanner has reeled Lafferty in. He's within 4 car lengths. Eddie Wagner by himself back there in 4th, and then Dave Brown is 5th. Stillwagon 6th. DJ Tanner is up to 7th as he got by Cody West, who is 8th. Kreider is 9th, and Paulson is 10th. Schweibens coming up on some heavy lap traffic. Kenny Lorino is the next car to lap. He is right on him looking for a way by. Schweibens is flat-footing it right around here, and he is all over these cars when he laps them. He gets by Kenny Lorino, now up on Aiden Borden going into turn number 3. These are not very slow cars. These are pretty quick cars, and Schweibens is flying by him in the 35. They are 2 wide in front of him. He is about to pull up. He just lapped Aiden Borden on the backstretch. Borden running 13th at the moment, and he's got 4 more cars right in front of him, and he dives underneath 12th place runner Dale Eggert. Schweibens will put him a lap down, and he'll lap Troy Betts in the same move. Only 10 cars on the lead lap now with 7 laps remaining. Paulson pulls up on the outside. Schweibens puts him a lap down. This has become how many cars can Schweibens lap before the end of this race. He is all over Jared Kreider. Kreider running in the 9th position. He will dive under Kreider. Oh, Kreider holding him off as Schweibens had to get out of the throttle. He'll get Kreider and Cody West in the same move. Only 7 cars on the lead lap now. 5 to go. It's the hi, how are you lap. Here comes Schweibens down the front all over 7th place running Ryan Stillwagon, and he with Stillwagon a lap down. 6 cars left on the lead lap. It's all Buddy Schweibens. Some positions have changed. Tim Tanner is 2nd. Eddie Wagner is up to 3rd, right behind Tim Tanner as they race through 1 and 2. Dave Brown is up to 4th. Then it's Lafferty 5th. DJ Tanner is 6th, and DJ Tanner is less than half a straightaway ahead of Schweibens. A dominant performance by Buddy Schweibens. White flag is out. Schweibens rim riding the top and reeling in DJ Tanner. Final 2 turns, and Schweibens has almost caught Tanner through 3 and 4. Here's the checkered flag. Schweibens will win it with ease. Second place across the line right now, 12 seconds behind Schweibens. Folks, keep in mind, we didn't even run the whole race nonstop. That was not even 25 straight laps. What was that, 20, 22? And Buddy Schweibens wins by 12 seconds. He lapped all but the top 6 cars, and he was right on DJ Tanner's bumper at the start-finish line. He had reeled in half a straightaway in the last lap and a half on him. A total dominant performance by Buddy Schweibens. Tim Tanner Jr. in the 18 comes home 2nd. Beats Eddie Wagner by just a few car lengths. Wagner did a great job coming up through the field to finish 3rd in the 70. Dave Brown was 4th in the 44. The 83 of Rick Lafferty was 5th. And DJ Tanner finishes in the 6th position, and I say that because they were the only cars in the lead lap. Ryan Stillwagon was 7th in the 11. Jared Kreider finished 8th in the 24. Jeff Paulson in the 16 was 9th, and Troy Betts finished 10th in the 22 as Cody West fell back there in the last couple of laps. Schweibens being pushed to victory lane, and Jim, I doubt he knew how far ahead he was, but he was leaving nothing to chance because he never backed off at all. That is one thing about sprint cars. He was flat out all the way around through that whole 25 laps.
Pete, this may be one of the most dominating sprint car performances we've ever had here in any sprint car division. To lap 3/4 of the field. I don't know if that's ever happened before. He's climbing out of the car. He's going to do the wing dance. Buddy Schweibens putting on a driving clinic here at New Egypt, continuing his dominating performance at the Ocean County Oval. Buddy, I don't know if they've told you yet, but you lapped 3/4 of the competition up to 6th place.
Yeah, car's really good. What can I say, man? I mean, I love this place. You know, we got a win early on in the year, but we followed that up by, I think, 3 or 4 seconds, and I'm just happy to be back up here, man.
When you look at the stats to what you're able to accomplish every time you come to New Egypt, you must have a big grin on your face when you look at the schedule and see how many shows are at New Egypt each year. What is it about this track that you have just made so dominating over the last couple seasons?
I think it really suits my driving style. You know, you really just need to put the car in the right place, and I don't know, I just fell in love with this place. I did used to hate it at first, I will always say that. I didn't want to come back for a while, but yeah, we were really good tonight, and I just can't thank everyone enough that's behind me. You know, Jeff, my dad, my mom, Tyler, Allie, Allstate Autoglass, Gartens, Banff LED, Bill Farms. You know, there's just so many people that help us get to the racetrack every single week, and without them, I wouldn't be here. So.
And you pick up the Fred Bitner Memorial win, a big race on the calendar each and every year.
Yeah, I think this is the 3rd time I've won it, so it's definitely on my bucket list every year.
Good job.
Thank you.
Folks, let him hear it one more time. An absolute dominating performance, Buddy Schweibens. And it was just amazing to watch. And if you folks are watching at home, you saw Photog Ryan was following Buddy through all of the lap traffic up there. By the way, quick shout out to Photog Ryan and Dustin up in the booth manning our YouTube controls. Ryan was also down front for the musical chairs segment, so I want to thank everybody for that and thank all the viewers on YouTube. Don't sign off yet of YouTube because we have one more feature. It's the Mighty Modifieds. And with the lineup, we go back upstairs to Pete.
Thanks a lot there, Jim. And with that win, that is Buddy Schweibens' 7th career win in the last 3 years here at the New Egypt Speedway. He is now tied with Kyle Reinhardt for 3rd on our all-time win list. Just 2 wins behind Mark Bitner and just 4 wins behind the all-time winningest 305 driver here, Mike Hagenbottom.
All right, we have the 50-50 number tier 2. How much and what's the number?
The amount is $910. The ticket is a pink ticket, and the number is 554634. Again, it's a pink ticket, and the number is 554634. Come to the office with the ticket if it matches yours.
All right, Pete, there's the 50-50. You have the lineup of the modifieds. We'll go back upstairs to you.
All right, so the first 10 spots were determined by the musical chairs at intermission. And this is how they're going to line up out of Montgomery, the winner of our musical chairs. Starting on the pole, the Bellmead Bullet, Brandon Grasso in the number 29. Lining up alongside of him, our newly crowned 7-time champion here in the modifieds. And the winner at Georgetown Speedway last night, driving the Izzy Trucking Rigging number 26, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. 3rd starting position, driving the Craig and Leslie Pondish-owned CNS Equipment number 6, our 2020 champion. He was 2nd in points this year, the Dominator, Danny Buck in the number 6. And lining up alongside of him, driving the 27T out of Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, TVD, Tanner Van Doren. Tanner Van Doren in the number 27T. He was 4th in points here until the final week when he had a crash the week before and did not make it here due to the damage, and he fell back to 8th in points in the final rundown. He has the in-car camera aboard, too. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see that because they are showing you him sitting in the car on the outside of row number 2. 5th starting position in the Mancini Custom Homes number 7M from New Gretna, New Jersey. That is Paul Mancini, the silent assassin. He'll start 5th. And alongside of him, out of East Greenbush, New York, in the R10, that is the thrilling David Schilling. David Schilling in the Rio R10. 7th starting position from Somerset in the Spooky Brook Landscape, number 2D, Will Dupree. And lining up alongside of Dupree, driving the Dave's Equipment Sales, number 5, out of Phillipsburg, the Flying Dutchman, Jack Butler. Clay Butler out of Milford is in the 4B. He will start in the 9th position, and starting 10th, the first eliminated from our musical chairs. He's driving the Stangle Racing number 6 tonight. That is Justin Grasso. Justin Grasso in the number 6. We'll call it the 6J. DJ Hunt is in the Creston Hydraulics number 24. He will start in the 11th position, and lining up alongside of him in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79. He's a feature winner this year. That is Davey Salmons. Dominic Buffalino's in the Big Spring Car Wash number 126. He will start 13th on the field. And lining up alongside of him in the Brandon Solarski Racing number 32, that is Tom Princiata. Tom Princiata in the 32. The 5J of the Oliver Communications Group, number 5J of Joseph Brown, will start 15th. And then alongside of him will be Frank Venezia in the Bel Air Transport number 27. Steve Davis is in the Premio Sausage Bubba Burgers number 13 and will start 17th. And it'll be George Garris Jr. in the 92 Junior. And Chris Garback from South Brunswick is in the number 7, and he will start scratch on the field. And I believe all 19 cars have made it out. Well, I only count 18, so let me see if I can figure out who is not out there as the pace truck brings them back down the front. Oh, Buffalino did not fire, and they're trying to push him off right here in the 126. That is the car that was missing. He is on the track. I missed him with the wrecker. If he gets fired off, we will have all 19. It definitely seems to be a problem, and they are stopping over there. They're going to check with him and see what he wants to do. You get pushing like that and the car pops out of gear, you can't do anything, and you can't really, unless you wave over your head, the push truck won't know, and you can't put it in gear while you're moving. So sometimes you got to stop and check with him, and he may have been waving to him. We'll see. But does not look good here. Usually they fire off pretty quick. Oh, but there he goes. I should have said that sooner. Maybe it would have fired off sooner. It's kind of like I put the whammy on it there. Or actually, in this case, I put some good news out there. So Dominic will come around and get his starting spot. He is scheduled to start 13th on the field inside row number 7. And actually, he's slowing down, so maybe he's just going to tag the rear of the field here, having some issues. See how it holds up. All right, modifieds going 4 wide. This is a weekly thing we've been doing in 2025 for our wave lap. All right. This will be your wave lap. 4 wide to salute you, the fans, here at New Egypt Speedway, for all of your support every week, and all of you folks watching on YouTube out there. Let's wave to them. They're going to wave back at you. It is time to go modified feature racing. Final regular feature event here in 2025. The All-Star Cup Shootout is next up on the schedule. The winner of this race will lock into the redraw for the 50-lap All-Star Cup Shootout. So far, Mike Butler, Chris Lane, and Kyle Hurley have all locked into their respective divisions races here. We'll get the one to go sign from starter Terry Branson, the white flag waving. We're going to go green next. Time by. It is time for 30 laps of modified racing. This is the All-Star Cup Qualifier. Win and you're in. Sponsored by Elite Welder Training and Testing. Race fans, are you ready to feel the thunder in the pines? Because the mighty modifieds are ready to go racing! And the All-Star Cup Shootout win and you're in qualifier here. Battling down the back, Van Doren quickly moving into third and challenging Ryan Godown as Brandon Grasso leads the way. He will lead lap number 1. Godown second. Buck takes third back from Van Doren. David Schilling right there in the R10, and he drives under Van Doren going into turn number 3. And David Schilling showing a little muscle early. Schilling to the 4th spot in the R10 as they come down the front. Paul Mancini also in this lead group. He is 6th. Mancini under Van Doren. Van Doren looked real strong there the first lap, and now he has gone backwards. Mancini will make it 3 spots as Mancini down on the bottom. Van Doren running the far outside. Justin Grasso started 10th. He is 7th now after just 3 laps. Then it's Dupree, DJ Hunt, and Sammons and Jack Butler side by side. At the front, it's all Brandon Grasso here in the early going as he clicks off lap number 4. Ryan Godown 4 car lengths off the lead. Danny Buck right behind him. Schilling and Mancini the top 5. Then TVD and Justin Grasso, and Grasso closing in on him now. 5 laps and a challenge for 4th. Mancini leaning on the R10 of Schilling. Schilling rolling the top side. That's the battle you're watching on YouTube as Mancini takes another look underneath him, but Schilling holds him off. Brandon Grasso's lead has shrunk by about 2 car lengths. Now it's only a 2 car length lead as Godown cuts it in half. Godown keeping pace with him as they work through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Godown, who won 4 of the last 6 races here for his 4 of his 5 wins this year. That includes the last 2 in a row. And he is right on the back bumper now of Brandon Grasso as they complete lap number 8. Danny Buck watching that battle from about 7 car lengths behind the duo. Schilling, Mancini, Tanner Van Doren 6th, Justin Grasso 7th. That has all stayed the same. Davey Sammons now challenging DJ Hunt for 8th. Jack Butler is 10th. Godown takes a look to the inside, got 2 wheels alongside of Brandon Grasso. Brandon will hold him off. Brandon, our 2023 champion, working off at turn number 4 and back down the front. Godown is right there alongside of him. Will pull back in behind and dive under him in turn 1 again. This time Brandon gets a better run through 1 and 2 and puts a couple of car lengths on Godown as they exit turn 2. Working lap number 11 right now. The field is kind of spread out. And the R10 is Schilling pulling away from Mancini. They were battling for position, and Schilling turned it up a notch, and he's about 1/3 of a straightaway ahead of Mancini, and he's reeling in Danny Buck now to challenge for 3rd. Brandon Grasso has moved 2 car lengths back out in front of Ryan Godown. Godown gave it the college try there, and they were coming up to lap the 92 of George Garris Jr., and Garris pulls into the infield. So Garris out of the event. They complete lap 13 down the front. Brandon Grasso continuing to lead. Go Down is second. Those two right together, just 2 car lengths apart. Danny Buck about a third of a straightaway back, and David Schilling is within 4 car lengths of Buck now. Schilling continues to reel in Danny Buck. Paul Mancini is 5th, in a distance back to Tanner Van Doren, Justin Grasso, Davey Sammons, DJ Hunt, and Jack Butler. That's the top 10. Again, Go Down catches Brandon Grasso, challenges him off of 4. Grasso has enough to hold him off. Go Down in his wake as they move through the tri-oval and into turn number 3. The cars right together down on the bottom. They will lap the 7 of Chris Garback together. More lap traffic ahead, but probably a lap or 2 as Brandon Grasso less than a car length lead. Now he'll just edge just enough to get a car length in front. Go Down nose underneath him again, side by side through 3 and 4. We are past the halfway point. They make contact in the middle of the straightaway. Both continue side by side, and now Go Down by half a car length off at turn 2 and down the back. That was the completion of lap 17, and Brandon Grasso still had the lead. Then Go Down gets his first lap led here at the completion of lap 18 as he is moved in front by 1 car length. Down the back, Brandon Grasso now will become the attacker versus the attackee. And he is now 2 car lengths behind Ryan Go Down, but the lap traffic they have just about caught. Sometimes it's better to be second than be first when you hit this lap traffic. Go Down, though, a master at this traffic, so let's see what happens here. Brandon sees it ahead of him, knows he's may have a little trouble here and is gonna try to use it to his advantage. Go Down seems to be a little quicker. He's opened up to now 4 car length lead as he tries to lap Joseph Brown on the backstretch. 10 laps to go, 10 to go. The other 3 cars are fairly close now. They're all spread out, but they are within the same straightaway, or actually within same half a straightaway. Danny Buck 3rd, David Schilling 4th, and Paul Mancini 5th. And there's a pretty big gap of more than half a straightaway back to Tanner Van Doren, Justin Grasso, and Davey Sammons, and then about 2/3 of a straightaway back to the battle between DJ Hunt and Jack Butler for 9th. Yellow for the first time. Chris Garback is stopped up high in turn 4 in the number 7. I believe he may have broke and coasted to up. Actually, looks like he might be in the fence. Garback is in turn number 4, and I believe, thought maybe he stopped because he broke, and it is possible. It's hard to see the angle. It looked like he was on an angle from here, but maybe he did stop up there. And we'll watch a replay. We got the replay here, and he actually just may have broke anyway, but he slid up and he touched the wall with the right Nerf bar and came to a quick stop. So it was almost like the car broke and it slid up and tagged the wall, not hard. So Garback waiting for a push truck or a wrecker to take him. And Garback rolling now. Right as the wrecker gets there, he just rolls away. And we'll see. I think he's going to go to the pits, and he is turning into the infield in the 7. Well, 9 laps to go, and the action slowed. Cars had kind of spread out there. The battle was for the lead. Go Down got by him and opened up 4 or 5 car lengths within the first lap or couple of laps once he was clear of Brandon. Brandon running 2nd. Danny Buck is 3rd in the 6. 4th is the R10 of David Schilling, who looks impressive in the Toner R10. The 7M of Paul Mancini running 5th. Those 5 cars had more than half a straightaway on Tanner Van Doren, who is 6th. Justin Grasso 7th. Davey Sammons is 8th. DJ Hunt is 9th. Him and Jack Butler had a big battle going on for 9th. They were side by side. Butler currently in 10th. Then Dupree and Clay Butler just outside the top 10. Double file because we're not down to 5 to go yet. Go down has lane choice. He picks the inside. Brandon Grasso alongside. Here they come back to the flag stand on the restart. We're green. Go down, beats him into turn 1, slides up and takes his lane away. Danny Buck got under Brandon Grasso. Grasso back around him. Top 5 remain the same, and then Schilling and Mancini. Mancini looking under Schilling off at turn number 4. They're side by side for fourth. And I believe Mancini got him at the line. He did. Schilling coming back around. Danny Buck side by side with Brandon Grasso as Go Down opens up about 6 car lengths on the duo. Grasso on the outside, Danny Buck really giving him a hard time there, side by side. Grasso holding him off by a wheel. Paul Mancini getting under Schilling again. Schilling kind of come back around. Justin Grasso is taken 6th from Van Doren. At the front, Ryan Go Down pulling away about a third of a straightaway or a little less than half a straightaway out in front. Danny Buck down on the bottom, digging hard. He had 2nd at the line. Brandon Grasso back around him. Good battle for 2nd. That is what we're watching on YouTube as they slide up against each other again. 5 laps to go. 5 to go. Off at turn number 4. Go Down out in front. Brandon Grasso holding off Danny Buck in the 6th. Then it is Paul Mancini. It's a 31-lap race. My bad. It is 5 to go right now, and now it's 4 to go as they complete lap 27. Three-quarters of a straightaway for Ryan Go Down. Brandon Grasso has held Danny Buck off and has a couple of car lengths on him. Buck keeps digging hard. Mancini is 4th, Schilling, and then Justin Grasso's 6th. It is all Ryan Go Down as he brings them off at turn number 2 and down the back. Go Down pulling away at will. Brandon Grasso has repelled the challenge by Danny Buck and is pulled back away from about 3 car lengths. 2 laps to go, 2 to go in this 31-lap event. And Tanner Van Doren, who is running, I think, in the 7th spot, has pulled into the infield. Van Doren out of the event with 2 to go. White flag is out for Ryan Go Down, who is just about a full straightaway clear of Brandon Grasso, who runs 2nd. Final time around, Ryan Go Down will bring him through 3 and 4, and Ryan will bring it to the checkered. He will win the 31-lap. Win and you're in. He is in the All-Star Cup shootout as a guaranteed redraw, guaranteed starter in the 50-lap All-Star Cup shootout.
Brandon Grasso holding on for 2nd. Danny Buck 3rd. Great run for Paul Mancini. And coming home in 5th, David Schilling, Justin Grasso, Davey Sammons, DJ Hunt, Jack Butler, and Clay Butler, your top 10. Let's go downstairs to Pete Wortman, who's making his way to Victory Lane, where Ryan Go Down has found once again in his championship winning season.
All right, Ryan into victory lane. So Ryan Go Down picking up the win for the 2nd straight night this weekend. And the guaranteed starting spot in the All-Star Cup qualifier. picking up $3,131 for this 31-lap victory. Strober Wright Roofing, Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill, SBI Transport Systems, Creston Hydraulics. And Ryan is out of the car. You can hear. Let's hear it for the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Go Down. And Ryan picking up the guaranteed starting spot. Well, Ryan, so this is 2 nights in a row I get to talk to you. And, you know, kind of when you get a win, it kind of starts a roll going. And you've been on quite a roll here the last couple of weeks. And it's a perfect time to start it, boy, going into the end of the season.
Well, that's it. I mean, if everybody seen our struggles in the middle of the year, it was tough. And, you know, we peaking at the right point. I mean, the package we got, you know, anywhere we go, it just seems to be working and working. And, you know, the car is just handling-wise right now. It's really good, really fun to drive. Can't thank all my crew guys, obviously Stefan LaFrance, Mike, and Butchie, and all the other guys make it possible. And, you know, Brandon was fast in that first part of the race, and I don't know, maybe his stuff just went away a little bit, but I could just, you know, stay with him like a car length bottom. He was just hanging a little bit, and he started hanging. And as I had a better run down here, he had a better run down here, and got through the lap traffic. I think he just slipped up once, but, man, sometimes you just got to pinch yourself and say this is surreal, and keep going on the high and keep going, and you see what happens. So just thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank all my sponsors. Obviously, can't get here without all them. And then obviously all my crew guys. You know, my girlfriend, I want to shout out to my daughter. She's a little sick, so I hope you feel better. And wish my son was here. He said he was coming, and back down last minute. So we'll enjoy this one and be back for the All-Star Cup. Can't wait for that event. I think it's going to be pretty cool with everything all weekend. And like you said, just hopefully get some momentum next week going into Sixer.
So talk a little bit about the point of how important it is to get a guaranteed spot like this. That's a big deal to get into a big race like that already knowing you're in the redraw.
Well, anything could happen, right? You could break, something happen. So at least knowing that you got a guaranteed spot, you go in there, you know, just doing what you do every Saturday. You kind of don't let it bug you too much or fill your head with anything different. You know, you go to the racetrack the same way. You know, our guys preach to each other. You go the same way, same attitude, same thing, and we've been doing that all year, no matter if we sucked or we did good. And, you know, just, you know, the car was phenomenal. The last night's car was phenomenal. It's just fun to drive, fun everybody with the hard work, and we're just going to keep plugging away and never give up.
Let's hear it for Ryan Go Down, your winner of the Winning You're In All-Star Cup Qualifier. The only thing he hasn't won is musical chairs at this point. He was the runner-up in that. He'll have to work on the musical chairs part of it, but great run for Ryan tonight. 2 wins on the weekend already. Brandon Grosso coming home second. Danny Buck was third. And let's send it up to Jim Murdoch. And, Jim, you can close out the night here. And remember, everybody, the All-Star Cup shootout just in 2 weeks. It is Friday night, September 26th, and Saturday night, September 27th. Make sure you are here. Action-packed. Follow us on Facebook and on social media and on our website for all the details of all the stuff I was telling you about all night.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, that weekend, just a little preview tonight of what we're going to see in 2 weeks on Friday and Saturday night. And if you're watching on YouTube at home, you can see that. And just stay tuned for our social media pages for the post times for those Friday and Saturdays. Shows in 2 weeks, and it's going to be a blast for everybody here. So on behalf of Chris Moore, Mark Blackwell, Pete, Photog Ryan, and Dustin up here in the booth, and track owner Fred Volzing, my name's Jim. Thank you so much for coming out tonight, guys. We'll see you back here in 2 weeks on Friday night for night 1 of the All-Star Cup. Everybody get home and enjoy your Sunday. Good night, everybody.